Hello and welcome to what is definitely one of my more intense challenges for Digimon World. I answered the first two questions so that Agumon will be the Digimon who I will start off with. He strikes me as a preferable choice to Gabumon. The first question of whether or not you have a Digivice, I picked no, and then I was asked if I have friends. If I said, but when I was asked about whether or not I have a Digivice, if I had said yes, then I would have been asked whether or not I prefer day or night. If you get asked about, if the second question you get asked is whether or not you have friends, if you pick yes, then Agumon is your starting Digimon. If you pick no, then Gabumon is your starting Digimon. And then if the second question is whether you prefer day or night, if you pick day, then Agumon is your starting Digimon. And if you pick night, then Gabumon is your starting Digimon. Without hacks or coding or anything like that, I don't think it's possible to start the game with any other Digimon. I believe that Agumon and Gabumon are the only two Digimon that you can start the game with. And in this challenge, I am going to have to go about proceeding through the game in ways that are different to the norm. I'm going to have to proceed in ways that I wouldn't normally proceed in. I'm going to have to, go about the game doing things differently to how I normally would, and that is because of the challenge that I am doing in this game. Firstly, I will feed Agumon when he wants to eat, but I'm not going to take him to the toilet when he needs the toilet. So he's going to be messing on the floor a lot. That is going to count as care mistakes, and it's also going to fill up the virus gorge. The gorge which fills up whenever your Digimon messes on the floor, and if the gorge fills up completely, then it results in your Digimon digivolving to Sukamon. I think that you have to mess on the floor 16 times in order for the gorge to fill up completely. But you don't have to mess on the floor 16 times in a row or 16 times in one lifespan, because once the gorge starts to fill, it then stays at that level for the rest of the game. That means that if I was to mess on the floor 8 times with Agumon, then the gorge would be half full, and even if I was to then stop messing on the floor, it would still remain half full. and then if, say, with like a different Digimon or in a different lifespan, I was to start messing on the floor again, then it would continue to fill, and when it reaches the maximum, I would Digivolve to Sukamon. Part of my reason for messing on the floor is because the high number of care mistakes will come in handy with Ogumon's Digivolution, and not only that, but this is a challenge where Sukamon is going to be needed. This is a challenge where Sukamon is going to have tremendous value, and I want to begin with filling up the Virus Gorge as quickly and as early as possible, and get myself into a position where I'm close to being able to Digivolve to Sukamon. I don't want to Digivolve to Sukamon straight away. I don't want to Digivolve from Ogumon to Sukamon, but I know that Sukamon is going to be needed, and if I can mess on the floor 15 times and get myself so that I'm only one away from Sukamon, I get myself into a position where I only need to mess on the floor once more in order to Digivolve to Sukamon, then that is that is where I would like to be. And with that in mind, the plan is for my Digimon to mess on the floor the first 15 times, just so that the gorge is one away from being full. To provide you with a bit of information about this challenge is a maximum progress with 1 lifespan challenge. That means that the challenge is to try and make as much progress as possible with just 1 lifespan. This lifespan that I have started with, the lifespan that began when I started the game with Ogumon, this is the only lifespan that I am allowed to have throughout the challenge. If my Digimon was to fade away, then the challenge would reach the end. I'm not allowed to have more than 1 lifespan. I'm not allowed to, if my Digimon was to fade away, I wouldn't be allowed to start over with a new Digimon, because that would mean entering a second lifespan. This is a challenge where I'm restricted to just 1 lifespan, and I have to try and make as much progress as physically possible with this 1 lifespan and 1 lifespan alone. When I say maximum progress, I'm not talking about prosperity points, or rather, I'm not just talking about prosperity points. When I say maximum progress, I'm talking about the medals. There are 15 medals in total, and the objective of this challenge is to try and earn as many medals as physically possible while only being entitled to one lifespan. If you think about all of the different medals in this game and how they are achieved, my aim of this challenge is to try and get as many of those medals as possible, but I'm only allowed one lifespan, and this is... I did not want to get into a battle here, but this is the only lifespan that I am allowed. I am allowed to Digivolve, and I will be Digivolving. Agumon is going to Digivolve, there's nothing wrong with that. The Digimon that Agumon Digivolves to will be allowed to Digivolve. Digivolutions are going to be allowed. That includes special Digivolutions, it includes the use of Digivolution items, or stuff like that is perfectly fine. So I'm allowed to Digivolve in this lifespan. It's okay for Digivolutions to happen, but I'm not allowed multiple lifespans. I'm only allowed one lifespan. I'm only allowed this lifespan. And that means that it's not going to be possible for me to it's not going to be possible for me to have any baby Digimon or in training Digimon in this lifespan, because when you start the game you begin with a rookie and you can't Digivolve backwards from a rookie to a baby Digimon or in training Digimon. The only way that you can get a baby Digimon or in training Digimon is by your Digimon fading away and you moving on to a new lifespan where a baby Digimon will hatch from an egg and there'll be the opportunity for it to Digivolve to an in-training Digimon. That is not allowed in this challenge, so we won't be seeing any baby Digimon or in-training Digimon in this lifespan. And the only rookie Digimon that we are going to be seeing is Agumon. He's the rookie Digimon who I've started off with, but it's not possible to Digivolve from Agumon to a different rookie, and that means we're not going to be seeing any other rookie Digimon in this challenge. There is the opportunity for us to see Champion Digimon and Ultimate Digimon, but when it comes to Digimon who are below a champion level, Agumon is the only Digimon who we are going to be having in this challenge. And the fact that we won't be seeing any baby Digimon or in training Digimon, plus the fact that we are only going to be seeing one rookie Digimon out of a possible 9, that does mean that there is one medal which immediately won't be obtainable, and that is the medal that you get for Digivolving to every Digimon. I would think it's self-explanatory that we won't be able to earn that medal in this challenge, because we're not going to be able to Digivolve to every Digimon in this challenge. We're not going to be able to come close to Digivolving to every Digimon in this challenge. All 4 baby Digimon are out of the question. All 4 in training Digimon are out of the question. 8 of the 9 rookie Digimon are out of the question, and most of the champion Digimon are out of the question. So I can tell you now, we definitely will not be managing 15 medals in this challenge, because I've already given you an example of one medal that definitely won't be obtainable, but we need to try not to get too disheartened by that, and we need to try to focus on the medals that are achievable and try our best to earn those medals. And even though this is only the start of the challenge, I've only got Agumon as my Digimon, I am constantly thinking ahead, thinking about the medals that I am aiming for and the best ways to try to earn these medals, the best approaches to take, the best steps to take, and pretty much straight from the start I'm going to be going about the game in ways that will help with earning the medals which can be earned in this challenge. Like Agumon messing on the floor, by doing that I'm taking steps towards being able to Digivolve to Sukamon, something that is going to be extremely useful in this challenge, and it's also helping with Agumon's Digivolution, because the high number of care mistakes will help with the Digivolution that I am aiming for, the Digimon who I want Agumon to Digivolve to. We are about to enter the Amida Forest with the intention of recruiting Centaurumon, but before we recruit Centaurumon, there are a total of 3 items which I would like to collect from the Amida Forest: Mouldy Meat, Happy Mushroom, and High Speed Disc. I can already see a Mouldy Meat, but I don't want to recruit Centaurumon until I have all 3 of those items, and because of that I am going to intentionally pick the wrong exit until I have all 3 of those items: Mouldy Meat, Happy Mushroom, and High Speed Disc. And I've decided to speed the video up because for the time being it's pretty much just going to be me repeatedly going through the Amida Forest and picking the wrong exit and returning to the start and going back through the Amida Forest, and keeping it up until I have all 3 of the items. With the path that I use, I am able to go to the exit on the left without any hassle. And if the exit on the left is an incorrect exit, then I will be able to go straight to that exit and get sent back to the start of the emitter forest without any problems. But if the exit on the left is the correct exit, like it is at the moment, then I will have to go to one of the other 2 exits instead, the exit in the middle or the exit on the right, and that is less straightforward because going to one of those exits with the path that I use requires getting shot. And that is costing me HP, and when my HP falls to 1, I get sent back to the start, and then I have to recover HP in order to be able to travel back through the emitter forest, and I've been recovering HP by using small recoveries, and I've then been, you know, just going through the emitter forest again, looking out for the items that I am after. I've already got the mouldy meat and happy mushroom, and I'm now continuing just for the high speed disc. That's the only item remaining that I still need, which I don't have yet. Oh, but there is a high speed disc. We need to make a space for it in our inventory. And I concluded that small recoveries probably have the least value out of everything that's in my inventory. But instead of discarding both of them, I took the liberty of giving one of them to Agumon so that I gained the benefit of recovering HP from it. But then I just discarded the other one, and then I was in a position where I wanted the correct exit, and the exit on the left was not the correct exit. The correct exit was in the middle, and I had to get shot in order to be able to reach that exit, but I have done that. Centaurimon has been recruited, and we have the items that I wanted, as well as some other items as well. And another thing that I'm going to be doing during this challenge, at least during the earlier stages of this challenge, is not allowing my Digimon to sleep. Agumon currently wants to sleep, but I'm not letting him sleep, and the reason for that is to try and slow down Agumon's Digivolution, giving me more time to make progress while I have Agumon as my Digimon. If a rookie Digimon digivolves naturally, digivolves to one of its natural champion forms, then Digivolutions then the Digivolution will be possible once 3 days have elapsed. If you don't Digivolve to a natural Digimon, though, if you don't fulfill enough of the requirements in order for a rookie Digimon to Digivolve to any of its natural champion forms, then the rookie Digimon will Digivolve to Numamon once 4 days have elapsed. And this is a challenge where I want to make as much progress with Agumon as I am able to make, and that means that I don't want him to Digivolve too early. I want to try and delay his Digivolution, I want to try and slow down his Digivolution, and I'm going about that by not allowing Agumon to sleep. If I was to let Agumon sleep, then he would wake up many hours later. I'm sorry, my throat is playing up a bit. He would wake up many hours later, and all of those hours would essentially be wasted. But by not putting Agumon to sleep, the hours are going to go by more slowly, and I can be doing stuff during those hours. Instead of sleeping, I can be using the time to make progress. I can be, doing stuff with Agumon as my Digimon, taking steps towards certain things, and it just means, slowing down Agumon's Digivolution and being able to make more progress as a result of it while I have Agumon as my Digimon. And also, while Agumon wants to sleep, every time the clock is about to strike a new hour, I try to produce an animation of some sort. So far, I've been praising Agumon whenever the clock is about to strike a new hour. When your Digimon wants to sleep, when the clock strikes a new hour, your happiness and discipline will go down. It's just if the clock strikes a new hour while your Digimon wants to sleep, and you don't let your Digimon sleep, then your happiness and discipline will go down when the clock strikes the hour. And so that affects happiness and discipline, and I think that it can also lead to your Digimon becoming sick. If you strike a new hour while your Digimon wants to sleep, if that happens a certain number of times, then I think it can result in your Digimon becoming sick, and that is another problem. But a way to evade this problem is to produce an animation as the clock is striking a new hour. There I just did it by feeding Agumon. When the clock struck the new hour, there was the animation of me feeding Agumon, And if you produce an animation when the clock strikes a new hour while your Digimon wants to sleep, then it stops your happiness and discipline from going down, and I think it prevents sickness as well. That's why I've been trying to produce animations whenever the clock strikes a new hour. And there are different possible animations available. You could produce an animation by praising your Digimon. You could produce an animation by scolding your Digimon. You could produce an animation by feeding your Digimon, or offering your Digimon any item of some sort. And because of that, you know, I'm going to be trying my best to produce animations when the clock strikes a new hour. And it's generally going to be praising, scolding, feeding, offering items. You know, those are typically the things that I'm going to be doing in order to produce animations at the right times. But it's now 4 AM, which is the hour that Agumon would normally wake up on. Because of that, Agumon no longer wants to sleep, and now we can get away with not needing to produce animations for the time being. Because we only need to produce animations when the clock strikes a new hour while our Digimon wants to sleep. But if our Digimon doesn't want to sleep, then it's not a problem with the clock striking a new hour. You know, we don't need to produce an animation, we can just allow the clock to strike a new hour and there won't be any issues. Just so that we are clear, any medals that are obtainable under these restrictions do have to be obtained, be it the medal for 100 prosperity points, or the medal for catching 100 fish, or the medal for learning every technique. You know, whatever medal it might be, if it's, you know, physically obtainable, under these restrictions, then I will be aiming to earn the medal. It will be a requirement for me to earn the medal. So, you know, regardless of what the medal might be, if it's going to be possible to achieve it in this challenge, then I do have to achieve it, and I will be aiming to achieve it. Palmon and Kunamon both drop item chips. Those item chips are to go into the item bank for the time being, and with Kunamon and Palmon recruited, we now have the benefit of the shortcut that Kunamon creates when he joins the city, the shortcut from the city to the Digimon Bridge, and vice versa. And also with the recruitment of Palmon, we now have the advantage of being given giant meats instead of just meat. Palmon upgrades the meat farm, replaces Tainomon, and instead of being given meat by Tainomon, we are now going to be given giant meat by Palmon. We had already recruited Agumon, Betamon, Colamon, and Centarumon. That, combined with Palmon and Kunamon, I think puts us up to 8 prosperity points, and that means that when Yoramon is active in the city, they will mention to us about the invisible bridge at the Great Canyon. I believe that Yoramon becomes available at 7 AM, which is the hour that we have just reached while entering the drill tunnel. And I think that Yoramon, I think the last hour in which Yoramon is available is 6 PM. So we'll need to be in the city between now and 6 PM if we want Yoramon to tell us about the invisible bridge today. Otherwise, we'll have to wait until a later day. in order for Yoramon to tell you about the invisible bridge, I believe that you need 6 prosperity points. That is, of course, 6 or more. You know, not 6 exactly, you know, a minimum of 6. We have 8 prosperity points, which is more than enough. And I haven't yet explained why I was grinding for particular items at the Amida Forest, but I will now enlighten you, or indulge you, or whatever the word is. The mouldy meat is to be used to make a suitable Digimon sick in Friesland. This will help with recruiting Frigimon. In order to recruit Frigimon, you have to go to Friesland with a Digimon who can't tolerate cold weather very well, and the Digimon needs to either become sick in Friesland or already be sick when entering Friesland. Frigimon will rescue you, and he will, you know, basically tell you that you were a fool for being in Friesland with such a Digimon. Well, that's the first step towards recruiting Frigimon. The next step, you have to return to Frigimon with a Digimon who can tolerate cold weather, and Frigimon then joins the city after talking to you. The easiest way for a Digimon to become sick is by feeding it a mouldy meat. If you give a mouldy meat to your Digimon, then there's a 100% chance that it will make your Digimon sick. So the fastest and easiest way to take the first step towards recruiting Frigimon is by making a suitable Digimon sick with a mouldy meat, so that you then get rescued by Frigimon. That's why I've got a mouldy meat in my inventory. It is to be used to make a suitable Digimon sick in Friesland, so that Frigimon will rescue us. Interestingly, Agumon is the Digimon who I'm going to be using. If I go to Friesland with Agumon and make him sick with the mouldy meat, Frigimon will save the day, and that will be the first step towards recruiting Frigimon sorted. As for the Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc, they are to be used for Moldramon trades. There are 3 Moldramon in Friesland who all want to trade items with you. They each have 3 items that they want to trade. That's 9 items in total. And in order for Moldramon to join the city, you have to trade at least 1 of every item with every Moldramon. And when you trade the last item with the last Moldramon, when you trade the 9th item, the Moldramon who you do the final trade with then joins the city. There's quite a wide range of items that are needed for Moldramon trades. 9 in total, like I said. One of the items is a Happy Mushroom. A Happy Mushroom is an item that you need to get in order to be able to recruit Moldramon. That's why I grinded for a Happy Mushroom at the Amida Forest to help with the Moldramon recruit, and for the same reason I grinded for a high speed disc. A high speed disc is another item that you need to is another item that needs to be traded with Moldramons. So Happy Mushroom and High Speed Disc, that's 2 of the items that are needed for Moldramon trades. And when exploring through the game, I do tend to go out of my way quite a bit, and that's because I'm looking for items. I'm looking for items that could be useful. I'm looking for Digimushrooms, plus other items as well, such as Happy Mushrooms, Blue Apples, Dulux Mushrooms, Ice Mushrooms, etc, etc. Because some of the items that you can find lying around can be particularly useful, and even though Digimushrooms might not appear to be that useful at face value, they are useful, and the reason for that, firstly, Digimushrooms are one of the other items that are needed for Moldramon trades. And not only that, but if you trade a Digimushroom, the item that you get in return is a medium recovery, an item which recovers 1500 HP and would cost 500 bits to purchase. Being given a medium recovery in exchange for a Digimushroom is a very good trade, and further to that, a medium recovery is also an item which needs to be used as a Moldramon trade, and the item that you get in exchange is a Super Defense Disc, an item which can be sold for 2000 bits. That means that every Digimushroom that you collect can be traded for a medium recovery and then traded for a Super Defense Disc. And so every Digimushroom that you collect potentially has the value of 2000 bits, enough money to purchase 4 medium recoveries. When you see things from that perspective, it makes Digimushrooms seem a whole lot more worthwhile. It makes collecting them, seem a whole lot more sensible. Digimushroom, Happy Mushroom, High Speed Disc, Medium Recovery, that's 4 of the items that are needed for Moldramon trades. A 5th item is a giant meat, and that makes Palmon's recruit particularly useful, because we get giant meats from Palmon, and we do have one in our inventory at the moment, which is to be used for a Moldramon trade, and that alone will be 5 of the 9 items sorted. Another good thing about recruiting Palmon is that you have to recruit Palmon in order to be able to recruit Digimon. Digimon is a Digimon who upgrades the meat farm even further, gives you sirloins instead of giant meat, and you can also buy super carrots and hawk radishes from Digimon. And a super carrot is another item that's needed for a Moldramon trade, and when you trade a super carrot you get a Omni Floppy in return, and that is another item that's needed for a Moldramon trade. And by recruiting Digimon and getting a super carrot, you can trade the super carrot with a Moldramon and then get an Omni Floppy and trade the Omni Floppy with a Moldramon. That's 2 more of the Moldramon items that are needed. The other 2 are both fish items, a Digi-Anchovy and a black trout. In order to be able to get either of those items, you would need a fishing rod, be it the old rod that you find at the Trash Mountain, or the amazing rod that you can get from Shogun Geckomon at the Volume Villa. Once the 5 items have been traded, that then leaves us only needing the 4 other items that I have just mentioned to you. 2 of them that require a fishing rod, and the other 2 which are easiest to get by recruiting Digimon. It's just when you recruit Palmon, Tainomon moves. Tainomon is no longer on the meat farm, and if you speak to once Palmon takes over the meat farm and Tainomon gets moved aside, you can speak to Tainomon, and if you have a certain number of prosperity points, Tainomon will mention about a strange plant which is growing at the tropical jungle, and you need Tainomon to tell you about the strange plant in order for the plant to feature at the tropical jungle. I think you need 9 prosperity points in order for Tainomon to mention about the strange plant that's growing at the tropical jungle. That is, of course, a minimum of 9 prosperity points. And not only that, but when Palmon does take over the meat farm and Tainomon gets moved aside, Tainomon then plants a rain plant just next to her. The spot that she's on, she plants a rain plant in the spot just next to her, and the rain plant is available for collecting on day 15 of each year, and it does specifically have to be day 15. It can't be like day 15 or later, it has to be day 15 exactly, and the rain plant is needed in order to recruit Digimon. To recruit Digimon, you need Tainomon to tell you about a strange plant that's growing at the tropical jungle. Then you have to go to that plant with the rain plant, use the rain plant to water it, then Digimon emerges and joins the city shortly afterwards. With the recruitment of Barkamon, we are now at 10 prosperity points, which I think is enough in order for Tainomon to mention about the strange plant that's growing at the tropical jungle. And on day 15, the rain plant will be available to us. We've already recruited Palmon, so Tainomon is in the position that we need her to be in order for her to be able to inform us about the strange plant that's growing, and for the rain plant to be available to us. When I did the Moldramon trades, I only traded one giant meat and one high-speed disc, and I only traded 2 happy mushrooms, which was every happy mushroom that I had. But as for the Digimushrooms and the medium recoveries, I traded as many as physically possible, because I will be able to make a large profit from that by trading all of my Digimushrooms for medium recoveries and then trading all of my medium recoveries for super defense discs. I will be able to make a substantial profit from selling the super defense discs. Those trades were not just done in the interest of progress towards Moldramon's recruitment, but also it was also done for the benefit of money, the money that we will make from selling the super defense discs. I will need to go to the Volume Villa in a bit, which will require defeating Otamamon at the Gecko Swamp, but before that there are some other things that I am aiming to do. I've come to the Trash Mountain for the Old Rod as well as Sukamon's recruitment, and then I will go deeper into the Gear Savannah for other things to be doing before backtracking to the Gecko Swamp. Agumon now wants to sleep again, and like with before, we are going to be keeping Agumon awake against his will, to buy ourselves as much time as possible, and we will be aiming to produce animations whenever the clock is about to strike a new hour. I don't want to battle Patamon just yet. His, recruitment is not an immediate priority. I've come down for Biomon instead. per recruitment doesn't require any battling, and Biomon will open up a more advanced item shop in the city. Colamon and Betamon opened up the basic item shop, but Biomon will open up a much more advanced item shop, which will have a lot more items available than the item shop that Colamon and Betamon are running. You don't have to recruit Biomon in order for the item shop to get opened. You just need to recruit any of the Digimon who work at the item shop. Biomon is one of them. The others are Patamon, Unimon and Monochromon. Recruiting any of those 4 Digimon would result in the item shop getting opened, and the recruitment of the other 3 Digimon would just result in them joining the item shop. And in this scenario, it was Biomon was the one who opened the item shop, and if I am successful with recruiting other Digimon who work at the item shop, then they will simply join the item shop. Now I'm coming here for the Gears of Honor secret item shop, firstly to sell some of the items out of my inventory, and also to purchase Digimon cards. I need to have Digimon cards which will be worth 300 merit points at the Volume Villa in order to be able to purchase the Amazing Rod from Shogun Gekomon. That will all come after battling Otamamon, of course. So I'm here to purchase Digimon cards. I will want to have Digimon cards that are worth at least 300 merit points, so that I will be able to get the Amazing Rod. And not only that, but I'm going to be purchasing additional Digimon cards, because one of the medals in this game comes from owning every Digimon card. That is a medal that I'm hoping that I will be able to obtain in this challenge. So as well as wanting Digimon cards that are worth 300 merit points, I also want to take steps towards having every Digimon card. But at the moment, it probably wouldn't be wise to spend too much on Digimon cards, because then I wouldn't have any money left for anything else. Money is important, and the best way to make money, I think, is by purchasing 99 medium recoveries, which would cost 49,500 bits, and then trading them for 99 super defense discs with the Moldramons in Friesland, and then those super defense discs will sell for 198,000 bits. which would leave you with a very large profit. And then you can repeat the process over and over again, and your money will build up very quickly. And that will mean having money to purchase things that could be of use, be it items like HP recovery items, MP recovery items, autopilots, portable potties, medicines, whatever it might be. You could use the money to purchase Digimon cards, and also one of the medals comes from maxing out on money, reaching the highest amount of money that's possible, 999,999 bits. That is another medal that I am hoping that I will be able to obtain in this challenge. When I was purchasing Digimon cards, what I did was I purchased Digimon cards until I would be able to get 300 merit points while not losing any of the Digimon cards that I've already got. If you have just one... If there's a Digimon card that you have just one of, and you trade it in at the Volume Villa, then you will no longer have that card. You'll get merit points for it, but you will no longer have that card. But if you have, say, 2 of a certain Digimon card, then you can trade in that Digimon card until you've only got 1 left, and then you will still have that Digimon card because you'll still have 1 left, and you will also gain the merit points that you would gain from trading in the spares. You know, if you've got 2 of a Digimon card, then you can trade 1 in and still keep 1 of the card. If you've got, say, 5, then you can trade 4 in and still keep 1 of the card. I purchased Digimon cards until I would have enough spares in order to be able to get 300 merit points from trading the spares only. The Digimon cards that I have just 1 of, I don't want to trade in those cards, because that would result in me losing that card and then having to get that card again in order to help with card completion. But the Digimon cards that I've got more than one of, I can trade in the spares while still keeping one of the card and thus not losing the card. So it's the spares that I want to trade in. I want to be able to get 300 merit points, well, a minimum of 300 merit points from trading in the spare Digimon cards, but still keeping at least one of every Digimon card that I've currently got. So I won't lose the progress towards card completion that I've already made. So I've got 2 of the Hercules card Voltarimon. I wasn't sure about that, but I just checked and was able to confirm it. Right, so I'm down to 1 of each card that I had, but 1 is all you need. You only need 1 of a card in order to have that card. And I got more than enough merit points in return. And the amazing rod is now mine, along with the old rod, and from here I'm going to go back through the Gear Savannah because I would like to travel through Mount Panorama, and when I pass through the area that Electmon is in, I'm going to choose to recruit him, something that I've delayed until now. It's just when you recruit Electmon, obviously he leaves the area that he was in, and then there are then random Digimon in that area. You very often when you recruit a Digimon, the Digimon then gets replaced by random Digimon who roam around. Electmon is no exception. When you recruit Electmon, he then gets replaced by random Digimon who roam around. And when I passed through this area that I'm about to enter, the area that Electmon is in, when I passed through this area for the first time, I knew that I was going to be passing through this area again, and if I had recruited Electmon straight away, then he would have been replaced by random Digimon, and then when passing through this area again, which I knew I was going to, I would have had to have avoided those random Digimon who were roaming around, but by delaying Electmon's recruitment, the random Digimon were not there straight away, because it would have been Electmon instead. Until recruiting Electmon, those random Digimon would not be in that area, because it would be Electmon instead, and I chose to delay Electmon's recruitment until going through that area for the last time, so that it would save me from having to avoid random Digimon. It's just avoiding random Digimon, avoiding unwanted battles is something that I am really bad at, and it's not very good timing that Agumon wanted the toilet while there was a toilet within range, because that meant him using the toilet instead of messing on the ground, which would have filled up the Virus Scourge by one step more. But not to worry. And yeah, avoiding Digimon is something that I am dreadful at. You know, avoiding unwanted Digimon, avoiding unwanted battles, it's something that I'm not at all good at. And so for me, it really helps to delay the presence of random Digimon for as long as possible. Huh, Mumemon. So, when I'm clearly not in a fit state to battle Mumemon, that's when he decided to show up. Very typical. Well, we've taken the first step towards recruiting Vadermon, but there are other steps to come. When I purchased medium recoveries from the Gear Savannah secret item shop, I only purchased 98 because I knew that there was a medium recovery in the Mount Panorama that I would be collecting, and by collecting that medium recovery I would bring it up to 99 medium recoveries. If I already had 99 medium recoveries, then I wouldn't have been able to have taken the medium recovery that was in the Mount Panorama. And the bandage was an item that I had held on to because my intention was to aid Unimon with it. A bandage is a suitable item for aiding Unimon. So too is medicine, and so too is HP recovery items, such as a small recovery, medium recovery, whatever it might be. At the start of the game, Tokamon gave me a handful of items, including a medicine and 2 bandages. I sold the medicine and one of the bandages. The other bandage I held on to for Unimon. I hope I'm not going to get into a battle here. Damn it. And I think our HP is only 1 because of Electmon. Well, I managed to stop the Dakunamon from attacking us, and I managed to run away, but that was a close call nonetheless. Might as well search here for items. There is a Digimushroom. Oh, and another Happy Mushroom. For Unimon to show up at the Mount Panorama, there are 2 initial requirements. One of them is to recruit Centaurumon, and the other is to speak to Centaurumon at the clinic so that you are aware of the clinic. Then Unimon will show up at the Mount Panorama, and if you aid Unimon, then you will help him be less injured, and you then mention about a clinic at the city, and he then goes to the city and joins the city, and with him recruited we now have 2 Digimon working at the item shop, Unimon himself and Biomon. Brain chip and MP chip can stay in the item bank. Defense chip as well, plus the happy mushrooms and the various. We've got medium recoveries, a few medium MPs, a few autopilots, and some food items. The fact that we have the amazing rod means that we can now catch a Digi-Anchovy and a black trout, which is needed for Machinedramon trades. We have 99 medium recoveries, which can be traded for 99 super defense discs, and we can sell those super defense discs and buy more medium recoveries and repeat the process. That will be the best way of making money. We have defeated the Digimon at the drill tunnel, which means that we will now be able to carry dirt. If we go to the other Digimon, the one who's digging towards the lava cave, and if we speak to him, then he will provide us with the opportunity to carry dirt, and that will speed up having access to the lava cave, and it will also result in us gaining money, as well as our HP, attack and defense going up. The Digimon who's digging towards the lava cave, you have to defeat the other Digimon first in order for the Digimon to provide you with the opportunity to carry dirt. If you speak to him without defeating the other Digimon, then he doesn't show any interest in you, but if you defeat the Digimon that I defeated, then the Digimon that we are approaching now will take an interest in you and will provide you with the opportunity to carry dirt for him. It's not compulsory to carry dirt, but if you do choose to carry the dirt, then there's 10 pieces of dirt to be carried in total. For each piece of dirt that you carry, you get given 500 bits, and your HP goes up by 50, and your attack and defense goes up by 5. If you carry all 10 pieces of dirt, then that would mean earning 5,000 bits, as well as 500 HP, 50 attack and 50 defense. And when you carry the final bit of dirt, if you leave the area that the Digimon is in and re-enter, he will be done digging, and you will be able to go to the next part of the drill tunnel, which is just one area before the lava cave. If you speak to the Digimon and choose not to carry dirt, then he will still dig through to the next part of the drill tunnel, but not until 5 days later. As well as gaining money and stats from carrying the dirt, it does also speed up having access to the next part of the drill tunnel, and therefore having access to the lava cave. You can't carry all 10 bits of dirt in one go, because it's hard work which tires your Digimon. I think the maximum you can do in one go is carry 7 lots of dirt. Carrying each bit separately, carrying one after the other, and once you've done 7 lots, I think that's when I think that's the most that you can do before your Digimon then becomes too tired to do any more, and Dramon then tells you to rest your Digimon before carrying any more dirt. You could achieve that by sleeping, you could achieve that by giving your Digimon items which reduce tiredness, or like we're about to do in this case, you can rest at the clinic. If we rest a sufficient amount of times, then we will be able to return to the drill tunnel and do the last of the dirt carrying. I think that should be enough resting. And even though we would have access to the next part of the drill tunnel by doing the last of the dirt carrying, I will choose not to enter the next part of the drill tunnel, not while I've got Agumon as my Digimon. And the reason for that is because there's a large boulder which is separating the drill tunnel from the lava cave, and you have to move that boulder in order to be able to access the lava cave, and the boulder can't be moved with a rookie Digimon. It can only be moved by a champion Digimon or an ultimate Digimon, and that means that if we go to the next part of the drill tunnel while we've got Agumon as our Digimon, then we won't be able to go any further because he won't be able to move the boulder. We will have to return with a champion Digimon or an ultimate Digimon, and we would then be able to move the boulder and have access to the lava cave as a result of that. But before going back to the drill tunnel, I have chosen to go to the Dragon Eye Lake, and you'll notice that I purchased 99 meats beforehand. Meat is a type of bait which works on both Digi-anchovies and black trouts. We need at least one of each for Moldramon trades. We need to have at least one black trout and at least one Digi-anchovy. And I'm in the process of catching a black trout. That's the black trout caught. Then we move on to Digi-anchovies, and I would like to emphasise that I used a plural there, Digi-anchovies, and what I'm implying is that I'm going to be aiming to catch a total of 99 Digi-anchovies. I am currently in the process of catching Digi-anchovies. I've taken the liberty of speeding the video up because watching me fishing probably isn't a particularly exciting experience, but by speeding the video up, I will make the fishing go by a lot more quickly. I used 1 giant meat to catch 1 black trout, and now I'm aiming to use 99 meats to catch 99 Digi-anchovies, because one of the medals that is available in this game is a medal that you get for catching 100 fish. 99 Digi-anchovies plus 1 black trout equals 100 fish. Conclusion: catching 99 Digi-anchovies and 1 black trout would result in us being presented with our first medal in this challenge, and that is what I'm working towards. I'm working towards catching 100 fish and thus receiving our first medal, the medal that you get for catching 100 fish. Not only that, but when you trade Digi-anchovies, okay, we've got a medal. There it is, 100 fish caught, 99 Digi-anchovies and a black trout, you can see for yourself. I was saying about the Digi-anchovy trades, when you trade Digi-anchovies with the Digimon, in return, you get either a super speed disc or a super attack disc. Either way, an item which can be sold for 2,000 bits, just like the super defense disc. And what's particularly useful about having 99 Digi-anchovies is that we can trade all 99 of those Digi-anchovies with the Digimon, and in exchange get 99 items that can be sold for 2,000 bits each. That will rake in 198,000 bits. So it's not just progress toward, it wasn't just progress towards the fishing medal, but it will also, well, not just progress towards the fishing medal and being able to recruit Digimon, but also receiving a large sum of money by selling the items that we are going to get from trading the Digi-anchovies. And I'm returning to the Digimon for the last of the dirt carrying. I speeded up the fishing, I speeded up the first lot of dirt carrying. I have speeded up this lot of dirt carrying. I speeded up trading Digimushrooms and medium recoveries with the Digimons. I speeded up when I was grinding at the Amida Forest. There are other speed ups that are going to be happening throughout this challenge. Usually the stuff that I speed up is the stuff that's not very exciting, the stuff that's not very fun to watch, the the stuff that tends to drag on for a lengthy amount of time. And, you know, there are other clips that will be speeded up throughout this challenge. I've put the black trout into the item bank for the time being because I don't want to trade that item until much later on. When you do finish with the Digimon trading, the Digimon who you do the 9th trade with is the Digimon who joins the city, and when that Digimon joins the city, you lose the ability to do any further trading with that Digimon. The other 2 Digimons remain in Friesland, and you can continue to do trades with them. And the Digimon who you can trade a black trout with, I like him to be the Digimon who I do the last trade with, the 9th and final trade. You know, he's the Digimon who I like to do the last trade with, because I like for him to be the Digimon who joins the city, because the trades that you can do with him and the items that you can get in return, I value less than the trading that you can do with the other Digimons and the items that you can get in return. So I like to trade all 6 of the other items with the other Digimons first, so that the last trade that I do is with the Digimon who wants black trouts, so that he's then the Digimon who joins the city. I feel like I'm losing less by losing the ability to trade with him than what I would lose if I was to lose the ability to trade with other than either of the other 2 Digimons. The Digimon who you can trade black trouts with, I've already traded both of the other items that he wants, giant meat and high speed disc. That means that the black trout is the only other item that hasn't been traded with him yet. And if I want to do the last trade with him, then the black trout will have to be left aside until I've recruited all of the other items with the other Digimons. That will likely mean having to wait until day 15 or later, because of the fact that Vegemon I won't be able to recruit Vegemon until the earliest of day 15, and recruiting Vegemon is the easiest way of getting a super carrot, you know, another item that's needed for a Digimon trade, and then you get an Omni Floppy in return, which is also needed for a Digimon trade. If those 2 trades aren't going to happen until the earliest of day 15, then the black trout is going to have to stay in the item bank until at least then, if not later. And I'm back in Friesland, and I'm returning to the Digimons, and my reason for that is to trade the 99 Digianchovies, and also, while I'm at it, trade 99 medium recoveries. The combined items that I will get from that will sell for 396,000 bits. The medal that you get from reaching maximum money, I am aiming to get that medal in this challenge. That will require me to max out on money, reach the maximum of 999,999 bits, and most of that money is going to come from abusing Digimon trades. Trading medium recoveries for super defense discs, selling the super defense discs at a large profit, purchasing more medium recoveries, and repeating the process, and hopefully I will be able to max out on money as a result of that. There are things that I could be spending money on, such as items, Digimon cards, possibly other things, but I want to refrain from spending money as much as possible, because I'm trying to max out on money, and if I'm going to be spending money in the meantime, then it's going to reduce my amount of money, and it will delay reaching the maximum amount of money should I be successful with reaching it. I kind of want to avoid spending money where possible, so that I should then be able to reach the maximum amount of money more quickly, more easily. And if I do max out on money and get the medal for it, then I will have loads of money that I can do spending with. You know, there will be loads of items available to me that I will be able to purchase. I'm not just talking about the items that are in your inventory. I'm not just talking about inventory items, but Digimon cards as well. Okay, I bought 78 medium recoveries because by trading the 21 Digimushrooms that I've got, I will be able to bring my number of medium recoveries up to 99, saving me the need of spending extra money buying 99 medium recoveries. And I'm now heading back to Friesland for more trading, and this is what I'm going to be doing for the time being. I'm going to be making repeated trips to Friesland, and I'm going to be trading medium recoveries over and over again, and I'm hoping to max out on money as a result of this. And I feel like now is probably an okay time to mention that I am also hoping that I will be able to reach 100 prosperity points in this challenge. And for that to be possible, it is a requirement for Agumon to digivolve to Numamon. Because by digivolving from Agumon to Numamon, or from Digivolving from any rookie Digimon to Numamon, you can then go to Toy Town and Digivolve from Numamon to Muncymon, and then speak to the robot Digimon while you have got Muncymon as your Digimon, and that results in the robot Digimon unlocking the door which leads towards Muncymon, and from that you can recruit Muncymon as well as Nannymon, and the only way that you can recruit Muncymon is by battling and defeating Muncymon. You also need to recruit Muncymon in order to be able to speak to Nannymon at one of his locations, which is needed for recruiting Nannymon. And in order to be able to battle Muncymon, you have to speak to the robot Digimon while you have Muncymon as your own Digimon. That means that Digivolving to Muncymon is a requirement, and the only way that you can Digivolve to Muncymon is from Numamon, and that means that it's compulsory for me to Digivolve to Numamon in this challenge. Therefore, I have to Digivolve from Agumon to Numamon in order to be able to Digivolve to Muncymon, and I've got into another unwanted battle. Probably best to run. Yeah, I have to be able to Digivolve to Numamon in order to be able to then Digivolve to Muncymon, speak to the robot Digimon so that the door that leads towards Muncymon will be unlocked. In order for there to be any chance of me reaching 100 prosperity points, it will be mandatory for me to unlock the door which leads towards Muncymon, so that Muncymon will be recruitable. It's also a requirement in order for Nannymon to be recruitable. But when it comes to 100 prosperity points, the obstacles don't finish there, because there are other recruitments which have certain requirements, certain criterias that have to be fulfilled. But I will touch more upon that later on. At the moment, I just want to say that Agumon is my current Digimon, and I aim to Digivolve to Numamon. And that means that I'm aiming to not fulfill enough of the requirements in order for Agumon to Digivolve to any of his natural champions. There are 4 things that influence Digivolutions: stats, weight, care mistakes, and bonus condition. The bonus condition is usually something like needing to have a certain amount of happiness or a certain amount of discipline, needing to have a certain number of battles, needing to have a certain Digimon as your partner Digimon. There are, a number of different bonus conditions, but I think that the bonus condition counts as 1, regardless of how many of the bonus conditions you fulfill. So I think that the bonus condition will only count as 1 of the requirements, regardless of whether you fulfill 1 of the bonus conditions, or 2 of the bonus conditions, 3 of the bonus conditions, whatever it might be. I think that the bonus condition will only count as 1, and that means that there's only value in aiming to fulfill 1 bonus condition if you are trying to digivolve naturally. If you are trying to avoid natural digivolutions, like I'm currently trying to, then you would want to avoid all of the bonus conditions in order to not fulfill the bonus condition for a certain Digimon. So yeah, there's the bonus condition, and then there's also stats, weight, and care mistakes. I would like to point out that I'm not really interested in Digimushrooms anymore. There's not really any value in collecting Digimushrooms. I'm now at a stage where I consider Digimushrooms to be small fry because of the fact that I've got about 500,000 bits and I can buy 99 medium recoveries and exchange them for 99 super defense discs, a very fast way of making loads of money. So Digimushrooms are small fry now. I'm not really interested in Digimushrooms, but I do still continue to look out for other items as well, such as like Happy Mushrooms, Blue Apples, Dulux Mushrooms, things like that, because I do still consider those kind of items to have value. But commenting on Digivolutions, I need to digivolve to Numamon. That means that I need to not fulfill enough of the requirements in order for Agumon to digivolve to any of his natural champion forms. And I think that out of the 4 requirements, stats, weight, bonus condition, and care mistakes, I think that you have to fulfill 3 of the requirements in order for a natural digivolution to be possible, and in which case only fulfilling 2 of the requirements wouldn't be good enough. If you only fulfill 2 of the requirements for a natural digivolution, then I don't think that the digivolution would happen, and that means that I just have to keep the number of requirements under 3 in order to rule out the digivolution. Agumon can digivolve to 6 different natural champions: Greymon, Miramon, Birdramon, Centaurumon, Monochromon, and Tyrannomon. If I begin with Greymon, the stat requirement is to have attack, defense, speed, and brains all at 100. I believe that our defense is under 100, and in which case we are not fulfilling the stat requirement for Greymon. The bonus condition, the care mistake requirement is to have a maximum of 1 care mistakes. We are well over that because of the number of times that Agumon has messed on the floor. The weight requirement is for weight to be between 25 and 35. I would imagine that we are well under that. One of the bonus conditions is for discipline, to be at least 90% full. We are nowhere near that, and that means that we are currently not fulfilling any of the requirements for Greymon. Miramon, the stat requirement is 100 attack. I believe that we are fulfilling that. The care mistake requirement is to have a minimum of 5 care mistakes. We are fulfilling that. The weight requirement is for weight to be between 15 and 25. I would imagine that our weight is quite a bit under that. One of the bonus conditions is to have a minimum of 10 battles. We have had a number of battles. Agumon, Dramoljamon, Palmon, Kunamon, and we're going to have to run away again from another unwanted battle. Agumon, Dramoljamon, Palmon, Kunamon, Otamamon. That's 5 battles off the top of my head. Quite a way adrift of 10. But we do have the stat requirement and care mistake requirement in the bag for Miramon. That means that we have to ensure that we fail to fulfill both the weight requirement and the bonus condition. Weight has to stay under 15 and battles has to stay under 10. That way we will only have 2 of the requirements. But if our weight gets to within the range of 15 to 25, or if our number of battles reaches 10, then that would mean Digivolving to Miramon, which we have to avoid. And in case you're wondering what I'm doing at the moment, I'm heading to the Gear Savannah secret item shop because I'm hoping to get there before the day ends. We've got just over an hour and a half of the day remaining. The reason why I want to get to the secret item shop before the day ends is because when you go to purchase Digimon cards and you pick the option of buying 1 Digimon card, the cards that are available change every day, and I'm hoping to go there before today ends so that I can make the most of the Digimon cards which are available today before the day ends, and then the cards would no longer be available. While I'm at the secret item shop, I can sell super defense discs and purchase medium recoveries from the other guy, and then I'll be able to head back to Friesland and trade another 99 medium recoveries. I know I said I want to be sensible with my spending, and I am being sensible with my spending. I just want to make the most of the opportunity to buy any Digimon cards that I don't already have. It's not going to cost a tremendous amount. The card's worth 100 points, cost 5,000 bits to purchase. The that are worth 30 merit points cost 1500 bits to purchase. The 10 pointers cost 500 bits to purchase. The 5 pointers cost 100 bits to purchase. The 1 pointers cost 50 bits to purchase. But most of my attention is on the cards that are worth 100 points, 30 points and 10 points. I'm sure that all of the cards that are worth 5 points will come from purchasing packs of 3, something that I plan to do much later on. At the moment it's just about purchasing individual cards that I don't already have. These 4 I've already got. Okay. And now it's back to Freezeland. And I need to carry on talking about the Digivolutions. I've talked about Greymon and Miramon. Okay, so as for Birdramon, stat requirement is 100 speed, we've got that. Care mistake requirement, need to have a minimum of 3, we've got that. The weight requirement is the same as Miramon's, 15 to 25. I think that we are quite a bit under that. And it doesn't look like the bonus condition is something that we need to worry about. The only 2 bonus conditions are to either have a minimum of 35 techniques or to have Biomon as your Digimon. We don't have Biomon as our Digimon, we have Agumon as our Digimon. And we don't have 35 techniques. I think we've only got Spitfire, which is just 1 technique. As long as we keep our weight under 15, we won't have to worry about Birdramon. Centarumon, stat requirement is to have 100 brains, we are fulfilling that. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 3, we are not fulfilling that. Weight requirement, same as Greymon, 25 to 35, we are well under that. One of the bonus conditions is for discipline to be a minimum of 60% full. We are nowhere near fulfilling that, and even if we were to fulfill it, that would only be 2 of the requirements. Monochromon, the stat requirement is to have 1000 HP, 100 defense and 100 brains. I don't think that we are fulfilling that, because I think that our defense is under 100. The care mistake... Oh wait, I'm looking at... Sorry, I'm looking at... Oh, I've just got into another battle. I'm looking at Monochromon. The stat requirement for Monochromon is to have 1000 HP, 100 defense and 100 brains. I don't think I'm fulfilling that because I think my defense is under 100. Care mistake requirement, same as Centarumon, maximum of 3. We are not fulfilling that because we are over the limit. Weight requirement 35 to 45, we are miles away from that. And one of the bonus conditions is to have a maximum of 5 battles. I think we are currently at 5 because of Agumon, Dramoljamon, Palmon, Kunamon, and Otamamon. That's 5. And I'm starting to lose the will to comment on me getting into accidental battles, because it's really making mockery of how dreadful I am at avoiding unwanted battles, avoiding unwanted Digimon. But Monochromon, we possibly have the bonus condition in the bag, but none of the other requirements. So we've covered Greymon, Miramon, Birdramon, Centauramon, Monochromon. That just leaves Tyrannomon. The stat requirement is 1000 HP and 100 defense. And for the same reason as to why we are not fulfilling the stat requirement for Greymon and Monochromon, I believe that we are also not fulfilling the stat requirement for Tyrannomon due to the fact that I think our defense is under 100. Oh wait, hold on. No. Our defense is not under 100. It was under 100 earlier in the challenge, but the dirt carrying that we did would have put our defense up to being over 100. So we are actually fulfilling the stat requirement for Tyrannomon. In fact, I imagine we're fulfilling the stat requirement for all of the Digimon, because our HP and MP is over 1000 and our attack, defense, speed and brains is over 100, so surely we are fulfilling the stat requirements for every Digimon. So that is one of the requirements in the bag. We have the stat requirement for Tyrannomon. Care mistake requirement, maximum of 5, we're not fulfilling that. Weight requirement, same as Greymon and Centauramon, 25 to 35, we are not fulfilling that. One of the bonus conditions is to have a maximum of 5 battles. I think we are fulfilling that, but that's just 2 of the requirements. Now that I've remembered about stats, I'm just going to go over it again. I've established I'm fulfilling I think I'm fulfilling 2 of the requirements for Tyrannomon. No more, no less, that's okay, we can live with 2 requirements. Greymon, I think we've got the stat requirement, but not the care mistake requirement, or the weight requirement, or the bonus condition, so that's just 1 requirement. Miramon, we've got the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement, but not the weight requirement or the bonus condition. Birdramon, we have the stat requirement and the care mistake requirement, but not the weight requirement or the bonus condition. Centauramon, we have the stat requirement, but not the care mistake requirement, weight requirement, or bonus condition. Monochromon, we have the stat requirement, but not the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement. We do have the bonus condition, but that's only 2 requirements. Tyrannomon, I've already mentioned, we've got the stat requirement and the bonus condition, but not the care mistake requirement or the weight requirement. So at the moment we have the stat requirement for every Digimon, but we don't have the weight requirement for any of the Digimon. You know, that's one requirement we definitely do have, one requirement we definitely don't have. And then as for the weight requirement and the bonus condition, for each individual Digimon we've either got one of... We definitely do have the stat requirement and the... Sorry, we definitely do have the stat requirement, definitely don't have the weight requirement. And then as for the care mistake requirement and bonus condition, for each individual Digimon we either have one of them or none of them. Yeah, the stat requirement we've got for every champion Digimon. The weight requirement we don't have for any champion Digimon. That means that we would only have 3 requirements if we also have the bonus condition and the care mistake requirement, but we don't have both of those for any of the Digimon. We've either got one or we've got none, and that means that we are currently fulfilling no more than 2 of the requirements for any of the champion Digimon. And where I got into so many unwanted battles, which I ran away from, happiness and discipline's been impacted, and it also led to the sweat bubble appearing. That impacted our happiness and discipline even further, and required me to rest at the clinic in order to get rid of the sweat bubble. The virus scourge is now only 1 away from being full, and that means that I now want to avoid having my Digimon mess on the floor, because I don't currently want to Digivolve to Sukamon. I will need Sukamon in the future, but don't need Sukamon at the moment. I don't currently want to Digivolve to Sukamon. From here onwards, whenever my Digimon wants the toilet, I need to ensure that my Digimon doesn't mess on the floor, for as long as I don't want Sukamon, for as long as I don't want to Digivolve to Sukamon. When I do reach a point where Sukamon is needed, that's when I will then want my Digimon to mess on the floor, and my Digimon should Digivolve to Sukamon immediately afterwards, because the virus scourge is only 1 away from being full. And I'd imagine that our Digivolution can't be far away, because this is now our 4th day of having Ogumon as our Digimon. The fact that he hasn't already Digivolves presumably means that I'm correct in that we are not fulfilling any more than 2 of the requirements for any of Ogumon's Digivolutions, because if we did have 2 of the requirement. So if we did have more than 2 of the requirements, then we surely would have digivolved by now, because digivolving would have been possible once 3 days have elapsed. We are on our 4th day of having Agumon as our Digimon, and the individual time, the time on the clock, I don't think is far away from the time that it was when we started with Agumon. What I'm getting at is that I can't imagine the Digivolution is far away at all, because it must be almost 4 days now. I know that the timer can be inaccurate. It can have inaccuracies, it can be misleading in certain respects. There are like the number of hours that you've actually had a Digimon for isn't always the same as the number of hours the counter says. There are things that can impact the counter. So Digivolutions might not happen bang on when they should happen, but I don't think Numamon's Digivolution will be far away. Well, Agumon's Digivolution. I don't think Agumon's Digivolution will be far away. And instead of returning to the city, I'm choosing to go back to the Gear Savannah for the secret item shop, because I think that we will now reach maximum money when selling the super defense discs that we've got in our inventory. I think that the amount of money that we've already got, combined with the money that we will make from selling the super defense discs that we've got, will be enough in order to bring our money up to the maximum 999,999 bits. That would mean having enough money for the medal. It would mean getting the medal that you get for maxing out on money. And one of the first things that I want to spend money on is Digimon cards. Because once I get the medal for having maximum money, the medal will be safe, and then I will be in a position where I will be happy to spend money, and Digimon cards is one of the first things that I want to spend my money on. It's a new day, which means that there should be new individual cards that I can purchase, and then the plan will be to try and get all of the other Digimon cards from purchasing packs of 3 Digimon cards. That will mean buying an awful lot of packs of Digimon cards. It will mean spending an awful lot of money, but if we repeatedly buy packs of 3 and keep buying packs of 3 and keep buying packs of 3, then hopefully we will eventually end up with at least one of every Digimon card. Hopefully we will be lucky enough to end up with at least one of every Digimon card. When it says that battles is like a bonus condition for a Digivolution, I hope that only means battles that you win, you know, battles where you know, defeat the Digimon and win the battle. I hope it doesn't include battles that you run away from, because I have gotten into quite a lot of unintentional battles in this challenge. Okay, that is our money at the maximum, and that is a second medal. We now have the medal for maxing out on money. There are 3 new Digimon cards. But now we have to rely on luck. We have to rely on getting new cards from buy-in packs for free. Hopefully we are going to be able to get every Digimon card from buy-in packs for free. I've speeded the video up because it's not at all exciting watching me just buy Digimon cards over and over again, but I do repeatedly go to the sell option just to check my progress, check how many cards I'm missing, and what value cards it is that I'm missing. I've got all of the 1-pointers and 5-pointers, but I don't think I've got all of the 100-pointers, 30-pointers, or 10-pointers. Yeah, I was saying about battles, because if it includes battles that you run away from, then when you think about the number of unintentional battles that I've gotten into, which I've run away from, I would imagine that our number of battles probably is at 10 or more, and that would mean having the bonus condition for Miramon, along with the care mistake requirement and the stat requirement, and that would mean Digivolving to Miramon. The fact that we haven't Digivolved yet makes me suspect that we don't have 3 of the requirements for any of the champion Digimon. That combined with gut feeling, because personally I would be inclined to believe that it would only include battles that you win and wouldn't include battles that you run away from. Now, I think you would surely have to be successful with the battle in order for it to count. And 150,000 bits later, and we are now waiting on just 2 more cards, both of which are 30 pointers. We've got every card that's worth 100 points, every card that's worth 10 points, every card that's worth 5 points, every card that's worth 1 point. We are just waiting on 2 cards, both of which are worth 30 points. You would think that surely the 100 pointers would be the cards that you would be waiting on. Surely they would be the rarest, the hardest to get. But in this instance, we are being held up by 30 pointers. But now it's only one more. We've only got one card left. I do keep checking. And it looks like that is now every Digimon card. Okay. We do now have every Digimon card, or rather, every Digimon card that you are able to purchase. I don't have every Digimon card full stop, because as well as the Digimon cards that you are able to purchase, there are also 2 extra Digimon cards. One is a card of you, which you get given by the guy when you approach him for the first time. We do have that card as well. However, there's one card we don't have that is a Machinedramon card. And in order to get a Machinedramon card, you have to defeat the final boss, who happens to be Machinedramon. You have to defeat Machinedramon, and then when you return to the game after defeating Machinedramon, you then get presented with a Machinedramon card. The Machinedramon card is the only card that we are lacking. We have at least one of every other card. If we can be successful with making it to the end of the game and defeating the final boss, defeating Machinedramon, then not only will we get the medal that you get when you defeat Machinedramon, but we will also be presented with the Machinedramon card, which would be the last card that we are lacking, and presumably we would then also be presented with the medal for getting every Digimon card, as well as the medal for defeating the final boss. That's 2 medals which are pretty much resting on Machinedramon, the final boss. And I have done a bit of spending since finishing with the Digimon cards, but there is more spending to come. I was aware of the complication of the Machinedramon card, but nonetheless I wanted to see to all of the other progress with all of the other Digimon cards. I wanted to get every other Digimon card in the bag, the card of me plus all of the cards that you are able to purchase, and then leave myself in a position where the Machinedramon card is the only card left that I'm waiting for. And I've chosen to clear my inventory, and I did that for reasons which will make sense in about 40 minutes time, because when I saved and carried on, something then happened on the next hour, and that prompted me to then reload like I did, and I took the liberty of putting all of the items into the item bank to clear up my inventory because of what's going to happen on the next hour, and what I will then be able to do as a result of it. I'm heading into the Overdale Cemetery, and now Agumon is Digivolving. And Numamon is the Digimon that we have Digivolved to, and as a virus type we are able to enter Greylord's mansion with Numamon as our Digimon, and we can take the first step towards recruiting Skull Greymon by finding Machinedramon and aiding him, and also we can loot the Greylord's mansion. There are quite a few items in the Greylord's mansion. We can collect those items, and by having an empty inventory, we will be able to collect more items than what we would be able to collect if our inventory wasn't empty. With an empty inventory, we have room for a total of 10 items. Three of them have just been used up by Sirloin, Autopilot and Omnidisc. We are consuming a fourth space with the Mansion Key, a very useful item, because now we can unlock most of the doors in the Greylord's mansion, which is compulsory for finding Machinedramon, and also compulsory for being able to loot every item that is in the Greylord's mansion. We have now used up 5 spaces, which means having 5 spaces left. When we go to Machinedramon, he gives us a refrigerator key, which will take up a space. MP chip down to 4 spaces. Restore down to 3 spaces. Autopilot still at 3 spaces because we already had an autopilot in our inventory, which we collected at a previous part of the mansion. So collecting a second autopilot has not consumed an additional space, but the medicine has. We now have just 2 spaces left in our inventory. And, oh no, just 1. Oh yeah, 1, because we also found a power fruit. We found a power fruit that took up a space, so we entered the mansion with just 9 spaces instead of 10 spaces. That refrigerator the refrigerator key has used up the last remaining space. We will clear up a space when we use the refrigerator key. And then after we use the key, we will be presented with a memo. But then the space that will be cleared up from using the refrigerator key will be taken by the sirloin that we have to collect. That will be in the Overdow Cemetery after we read the memo. There's no need to come here. There's no need to fall down the trapdoor, but I still do regardless. There are still 4 items left in the Grey Lord's mansion. One of them is a medicine which we will be able to collect, because that will just get added to the other medicine which is in our inventory. But the other 3 items are separate items: large MP, defense disc, protective floppy. We won't be able to collect those items because we're not going to have the space in our inventory for it. I think we've now unlocked every door in the mansion which you are able to unlock with the mansion key. If I was to go straight to my Ultismon and give him the sirloin, then I would have a space in my inventory because of the space that would have become available from using the sirloin, giving the sirloin to my Ultismon. But I always like to collect 2 sirloins, give 1 to my Ultismon, and then put the other into the item bank. It's just the sirloin becomes available after you read the memo and is no longer available once you give a sirloin to my Ultismon. But until you give the sirloin to my Ultismon, the sirloin in the Overdow Cemetery will continue to respawn. And I think the only way that you can, get the sirloin is by collecting it in the Overdow Cemetery, and by collecting 2 and giving 1 to my Ultismon and holding on to the other. It means that I will have an item that you're not meant to be able to have, an item that's not meant to be obtainable. And I just like to be able to have an item in the item bank that I'm not meant to be able to have. That's why I collect 2 sirloins, give one to my Otismon, and the other goes into the item bank and stays there. It has no useful purposes, I just like to be able to have an item that I'm not meant to be able to have. And in the item shop I can sell the items which I don't want. The items that I collected, the ones that I don't want I can sell, and then the ones that I do want can either stay in my inventory or go into the item bank. From selling items and putting items into the item bank, I will clear up more space in my inventory, and that should enable me to collect the last of the items in the Grey Lord's mansion. Mansion key can go in, brain chips can go in, MP chip can go in, the sirloin can go in. I think my inventory can stay how it is, and I would like to save before I go any further with anything. We have a few places to go to. The first place is, as you know, Great Lord's mansion, just to collect the rest of the items that are there. And for the time being, that is as far as we will be able to go with Grey Lord's mansion. It's as far as we will be able to go with the recruitment of Skull Greymon. If we were to do the next part of the Grey Lord's mansion, which would require if we were to do the next part of the Grey Lord's mansion, which would enable you to recruit Skull Greymon, then in order to be able to do that, firstly you need to have recruited Shalmon, because you need to read an article on Shalmon's board, an article regarding my Otismon, in order to be able to make a start with the next bit of Grey Lord's mansion. You also need a certain number of prosperity points in order for the article to appear. And I have a feeling you also need to have recruited Greymon, because I think that it's a requirement to have the arena at the city. which gets opened by Greymon after you recruit him. Currently, we don't have Xiaomon recruited, nor do we have Greymon recruited, nor do we have enough prosperity points in order for there to be the article about Myotismon. That means that there's nothing further that we can do with Greylord's Mansion for the time being. If we are to recruit Skull Greymon in this challenge, which we would need to do, along with all of the other recruits, if we were to make it up to 100 prosperity points, if we were to recruit Skull Greymon, then we're not able to do it at the moment. For now, we are done with the Greylord's Mansion. We can't go any further with it. It's good that we've gotten the first bit out of the way and have been able to collect all of the items that were there. And now, before going to Friesland, there's something else I'm going to be doing. I'm heading into the monochrome shop, and I'm hoping to do well enough in order to recruit Monochromon. When you do a shift for him, I think the shift lasts 8 hours, and you have to get a certain amount of profit in order for him to join the city. The target is somewhere between 3,000 and 3,100. If you get 3,100 or more, then you have definitely done well enough in order to recruit Monochromon. There are, when you do a shift, there are 2 halves to it. In the first half you get 10 customers, in the second half you get another 10 customers. The customers can either be Goborimon, Gotsumon, Weedmon, or Muchumon, and they can ask for one of 3 different items: medicine, portable, potty, or meat. And every time you serve a customer, you are presented with 3 choices. You can either keep the price at the regular amount, or you can raise the price, or you can lower the price. When you raise the price, you can raise the price by 5 different steps, 5 different amounts. Raise it by 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps, 4 steps, or 5 steps. If you lower the price, I think you can lower it by 3 different steps, 3 different amounts, 1 amount, 2 amount, or, 1 step, 2 step, or 3 steps. The more you, the more you charge for an item, the more money that you will make from selling the item, but at the same time, the more you charge, the greater the risk of the Digimon storming off and refusing to purchase the item. And when a customer storms off, you don't make any money from that individual customer, and you also lose an extra customer. Because when a customer storms off, you then lose another customer. Because if no customers storm off, then you will get 20 customers in total. But if 1 customer storms off, then you'll only get 19 customers in total. If 5 storm off, you only get 15 customers in total. So, there's pros and cons to raising the price. In my experiences, I would say that the Goborimons are the most easygoing, and because of that, when I have them as a customer, when they ask for medicine or portable potties, I tend to raise the price to the maximum. Gotsumon I find is less easygoing, and when he asks for a medicine or a portable potty, I tend to raise the price by 2 steps. Weedmon, in my experiences, is the most fussy. When Weedmon asks for a medicine or a portable potty, then I raise the price by 1 step. Muchumon I find is completely unpredictable, and when they ask for a medicine or a portable potty, I tend to raise the price to the maximum, because how they respond seems to be much the same regardless of what I do. As for meat, when a customer asks for meat, I usually just keep the price the same no matter what, because meat is highly insignificant, it makes very little money, and to me it's not worth fussing around with meat trying to raise the price when it's going to make such an insignificant difference. Portable potties you can make some money from, medicines you can make a lot of money from. And those are the items that I choose to raise the price on, because I think that it will be worthwhile because of the extra money that you can get. We are almost at the target, but we must also be near the end of the shift, and it's not helping when they're just asking for meat. Oh, but a medicine. If we keep the price the same, that's more than enough in order for us to reach the target. We are at the target. Once the shift ends, Monochromon will join the city. I don't need to worry about trying to raise the price, we've already got the target. Let's just try and make it to the end of the shift as quickly as possible. By keeping the price the same, hopefully we will deal with the customers more quickly, and I think that's the end of the shift. Yeah, when I said about, how I raise the price when it comes to medicines and portable potties, that is of course only a guideline, and it's like when the Gotsumon asked for medicine, I was in a position where I only needed to keep the price the same, and that would be more than enough in order for me to reach the target. And with that in mind, I thought it made a lot more sense just to keep the price the same and to have a much better chance of Gotsumon agreeing to the sell, rather than try and raise the price and then produce a bigger risk of the customer storming off, because I only needed to keep the price the same in order to reach the target. I had nothing extra to gain by raising the price, and then once I had the target for the remainder of the shift, I just kept the price the same, hoping that it would enable me to get through the shift more quickly, because by keeping the price the same, hopefully they would agree to the purchase, and then that would be the end of that customer. But if I was to try and raise the price, they might try negotiating, and then it consumes time, and nothing extra would have come as a result of it. So I do use common sense accordingly, even though I do have a general guideline of, you know, what to do depending on the customer and depending on the item that they're after. I'm heading to Toy Town from here, and if I wanted to, I could recruit Frigimon. If I was to approach Frigimon and speak to him, he would join the city, because I've got Numamon as my Digimon, and Numamon is a Digimon who can tolerate the cold weather. But I choose not to recruit Frigimon, and there is a reason for that. For the time being, I don't want to recruit any of the restaurant Digimon. I don't want to recruit any of the Digimon who work at the restaurant, and because of that I decided not to recruit Frigimon. You know, Frigimon is one of the Digimon that works at the restaurant, and I don't currently want to recruit any of the restaurant Digimon, and that's for reasons that I will touch upon later into the challenge. But for the time being, I don't want to recruit any of the restaurant Digimon, and for that reason I didn't recruit Frigimon, and for the time being I also refrain from recruiting Miramon, Tyrannomon, Garulamon and Vadermon. The recruitment of Vadermon and Garulamon are off limits at the moment. Miramon and Tyrannomon not so much. Same with Frigimon. I decided not to recruit Frigimon, and I will also be, for the time being, avoiding the lava cave to avoid the recruitment of Miramon, and I also won't be recruiting Tyrannomon along with Frigimon, and then the same is true with Garulamon and Vadermon. And there are reasons for it, which I will touch upon later. And for similar reasons, I also chose not to recruit Penguinmon. Although I've been to Friesland, I haven't gone to the Penguinmon. I haven't challenged him to a game of curling. I haven't tried recruiting him. And my reasons for not recruiting Penguinmon are similar to my reasons for not recruiting any of the restaurant Digimon. It will make sense when I explain it later on, but at the moment I don't want to go too much into it. It's great that we've recruited Monochromon. We can now max out on protective floppies like I just did. Yeah, Monochromon could have been recruited with any Digimon. It just so happens that I chose to recruit him with Numamon. The initial part of Greylord's Mansion could have been done with any virus type, and I chose to do it with Numamon. He is a virus type, and then I needed Numamon in order to digivolve to Muncymon, and I needed Muncymon in order for the robot Digimon to unlock the door which leads towards Muncymon. I got the door unlocked, but chose to do nothing more there and then, and that's because I don't want to challenge Muncymon just yet. I got the door unlocked ready for later, and Muncymon will be available for battle, ready for me. But, I didn't have to go and battle him straight away. I will battle him at some point, and, he's available to me. I've got the door unlocked, and that was what I needed Muncymon for. I got a stat boost from Digivolving to Muncymon from Numamon, and I also gave Muncymon all of the item chips that were available to me. I apologise if Digivolving from Numamon to Muncymon was seen as a cheap way of getting a stat boost, but I've already explained that in this challenge it was compulsory to digivolve from Agumon to Numamon and then to Muncymon, so that I could get the door unlocked which leads towards Muncymon, making Muncymon available for battle. I have to defeat him in order to be able to get 100 prosperity points, and I am aiming for 100 prosperity points in this challenge. Muncymon is a vaccine type, and therefore can't enter Greylord's Mansion. That means that I can't see to the remainder of Greylord's Mansion while I've got Muncymon as my Digimon. I would need a virus type, but please don't worry about that. I do have plans in place for how I'm going to go about certain things. I have got the Greylord's Mansion planned out. Muncymon as a vaccine type can enter the Ice Sanctuary without any problems, but he can't enter Greylord's Mansion. But it's okay. The fact that I can't currently go any further with Greylord's Mansion is not a problem for me. I'm not going to be keeping Muncymon for the rest of this challenge. We are going to be seeing other Digimon, a lot of other Digimon, and that's despite the fact that it's all going to be in the same lifespan. It's all going to be in this one lifespan. We're going to be seeing plenty of other Digimon. In the grand scheme of the challenge, what I use Muncymon for is only going to account for a minority of the challenge. The most important thing was to get the door unlocked, which leads towards Muncymon. And I've come to the Great Canyon because at the moment I only have Sonic Jab, and I would like to try and learn some better techniques, and from challenging the Gotsumons it's possible to learn Buster Dive and Megaton Punch. Okay, that is Buster Dive learned. That is one of the two techniques that I was after, and it only took one attempt in order to learn it. Yeah, there is progress that I would like to be making. Progress with the challenge, progress with the game, progress with recruitments, but I didn't want to be restricted just to Sonic Jab, and that's why I've come to the Great Canyon to battle Gotsumons, hoping to learn Buster Dive and Megaton Punch. Nothing learnt that time, so we'll just have to try again. It's only two techniques that I've come here for, Buster Dive and Megaton Punch. I got Buster Dive straight away. That means that we are now continuing just for Megaton Punch. I'm going to repeatedly battle Gotsumon, hoping to learn Megaton Punch. Now, seeing as Buster Dive leaves the Gotsumon very low on HP, to me it seems to be more efficient to then finish him off with Sonic Jab, a technique that costs a much smaller amount of MP. I don't want to make any progress until I've learnt Megaton Punch. That does mean for the time being I'm just going to be doing this battle over and over again until Megaton Punch gets learned. Seeing as Muncymon has battle as his first nature, he will learn battle techniques more easily than a Digimon who has battle as a nature but not their first nature. And with that in mind, it makes the most sense to learn battle techniques by using a Digimon who has battle as their first nature. With any like nature or technique, when it comes to trying to learn techniques, it makes sense to try and learn certain techniques if the Digimon that you're using has that type as their first nature. So learning battle techniques with a Digimon who has battle as their first nature, learning fire techniques with a Digimon who has fire as their first nature, etc, etc. My reason for entering this part of the Great Canyon is because it's now 7 AM, and that means that the Gotsumon that I was battling has been replaced by a Goborimon. But in this part of the Great Canyon, there's a Gotsumon here, and like with the other Gotsumon, he only uses Megaton Punch and Buster Dive. The concept of learning techniques from battles isn't hugely complicated, I don't think. You need to... if you're trying to learn a technique with a Digimon, then the Digimon that you're using needs to be capable of learning and using that technique, and the technique has to be used in the battle that you're in. If you're trying to learn a technique from battle, then the technique has to get used during the battle. That means having to fight Digimon who are going to use the technique. the Gotsumons here use Megaton Punch and Buster Dive, and that's why I chose them for the Digimon to battle when trying to learn Megaton Punch and Buster Dive. It's not actually necessary for you to get hit by the attack or for the attack to even get used properly. All there has to be is an attempt to use it. Well, learning Megaton Punch is proven to be more difficult than learning Buster Dive. I think that's simply the result of luck more than anything else. All we can do is just keep trying and hope for a different result. Again, no joy, but I am doing everything correctly. I'm using a Digimon who has battle as their first nature while trying to learn specific battle techniques, and I am fighting Digimon who use the techniques that I'm trying to learn. Megaton Punch learned. Great. Now I'd like to return to the city and save. And now that I've got Megaton Punch and Buster Dive, I'm happier with the techniques that are available to me, and I would now like to go back to making progress with the game, because I wasn't happy about getting into battles where I only have Sonic Jab as my technique, but now I've got Megaton Punch and Buster Dive as well. You know, I'm a lot more willing to get into battles now. I am now prepared to focus on recruitments and any battles that need to be had in order for such recruitments to be possible. You can learn, but the most sort of advanced ways of learning techniques are either from battles, as demonstrated against the Gotsumon, or training brains. And I prefer to try and learn techniques from getting into battles, because each battle you get into only consumes about 20 minutes, whereas training brains, every time you train, it consumes an hour. I think that you've got a better chance of learning techniques from battles rather than brain training. And also with the when it comes to learning techniques from brain training, you only have the opportunity to learn a technique when your brain stat reaches a certain amount. When your brains is under 500, I think that you can only learn a technique from training brains when your brains reaches 150, 250, 350 and 450. And then once you get your brains above 500, I think the opportunity to learn a technique is at each multiple of 50. So 550, 600, 650, 700, etc, etc. But when it comes to learning techniques from battles, you don't need to have a certain brain stat. Another thing regarding learning techniques, if you learn techniques from training brains, then I think the technique that you will learn is fixed. I think depending on the techniques that your Digimon is able to learn, the techniques that you will learn is fixed. Like the order that you will learn the techniques in, I think it's fixed. But when it comes to battles, you can learn techniques in any order. If I had tried learning Buster Dive and Megaton Punch from brain training, then I think Buster Dive probably would have been the last technique that I would have learned. I think I would have learned all the other battle techniques first. But then from battles, I learnt Buster Dive straight away, and it took just one try. I know I said that I wasn't planning on recruiting any restaurant Digimon, and that is still the case. You might be a bit puzzled as to why I've come to the Dino region, the place that you have to go to in order to recruit Tyrannomon. No, I have come to the Dino region, I have battled Tyrannomon, and now I'm heading to where Meteormon is, and I plan to battle him next. But I don't plan on recruiting Tyrannomon, not while I'm here during this visit. I've come here to get the battles out of the way, the battles against Tyrannomon and Meteormon, but then after that, the plan is to leave and not recruit Tyrannomon until later on. There is one bit of text that I have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing. There it is. I had to go through that bit of text slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing, but I speeded the video up so that it was brief for you viewers. And that's not the only place where I have such a problem. I also have the same problem when speaking to Leomon at the Gear Savannah, and when speaking to Devimon, both at the Grey Lord's Mansion and at Mount Infinity. If I'm not mistaken, we are about to get challenged by Greymon. There he is. if I'm right about needing to recruit Greymon in order to be able to recruit Skull Greymon, along with also needing Shellmon recruited, then at least we've taken the step of progress of recruiting Greymon. And I know for certain that you do have to recruit Greymon in order to be able to recruit Carbolterimon at Beetleland. So even if the recruitment of Greymon is not going to help with recruiting Skull Greymon, it is going to help with recruiting Carbolterimon. If you were aiming to get all of the medals in this game, then Greymon's recruitment is a crucial recruitment, because out of the 15 medals that are available in this game, 5 of them come from the arena that he opens up. You recruit Greymon, he opens the arena, and yeah, there's loads of like competitions that you can enter, like battle competitions, tournaments, and there are a total of 5 different medals up for grabs. 1 for winning all of the grade tournaments, 1 for winning all of the version tournaments, 1 for winning all of the nature tournaments, 1 for winning all of the special tournaments, and the other for earning 100 championship wins. You know, that's 5 medals. You know, that's like a third of the medals that are up for grabs, and you know, they all come from the tournaments, and you have to recruit Greymon in order for the arena to get opened. Admittedly, you do have to recruit other Digimon in order for certain tournaments to be available, but Greymon is ultimately the one who opens the arena. I'm heading to the Gear Savannah from here, because I know I haven't yet recruited Patamon, and I think that now would be a good time to focus on his recruitment. And then not far from the Gear Savannah is the Misty Trees, where we haven't yet recruited Gabumon, and I've got his recruitment in mind as well. And also, if we were to go to the Misty Trees from the Gear Savannah, then we could tie in the Volume Villa, because we've got all of the Digimon cards that you can purchase, and with most of them I've got more than 1 card, and if we were to trade in the cards so that we keep 1 of every card, then all the spares are going to be traded in, and we will get a lot of merit points from that, which we can then spend on items. And I've learnt Dynamite Kick. I can't see myself using that technique, but it's another technique off the tick list. So that's Patamon recruited, who will join the item shop. And that's actually all of the item shop Digimon recruited, because we've already recruited Biomon, Unimon and Monochromon, and now we've recruited Patamon as well. So the item shop is as good as it can be. And since learning Megaton Punch, I think that every battle that I've gotten into has been a battle where it would have been possible for me to have learned a technique. Tyrannomon, I could have learned Warcry or Tremor. Meteormon, I could have learned Tremor. Patamon, I could have learned Dynamite Kick and did. Gabumon, I think he uses Warcry, so that's a technique that I could learn. And I have been hoping to learn techniques from the battles. I've not been hugely successful so far, but it is something that I have been hoping for. Because as well as making progress with recruitments, I have also been, wanting to learn techniques from battles, because as crazy as it might sound, the medal that you get from learning every technique is a medal that I am pursuing in this challenge. I know that, that might sound like a monster of a challenge, trying to learn every technique while being restricted to one lifespan, but it is a medal that I am hoping to pursue. I am hoping to learn every technique so that I get the medal for learning every technique. It is a medal that I am hoping to pursue, as crazy as that might sound. And while I have Muncymon as my Digimon, it would make the most sense to try and learn all of the battle techniques. Muncymon is able to learn and use every battle technique, and he is, with Muncymon, we've got as good a chance as any in order to learn the battle techniques, because he's got battle as his first nature. He's got battle as his first nature, and that means that we've got the best, and we've got the best chance of learning battle techniques with a Digimon who has battle as their first nature. So, it makes the most sense to try and learn the battle techniques while we've got Muncymon as our Digimon. And if we can successfully learn the battle techniques with Muncymon, then techniques of other natures can be learnt while we've got other Digimon who has the type as their first nature. Learning air techniques with a Digimon who's got air as their first nature, learning machine techniques with a Digimon who's got machine as their first nature, etc, etc. I have traded in all of the Digimon cards that I'm able to trade in. I've still got one of every Digimon card, and I got a lot of merit points from it, and I am spending those merit points on item chips. They are expensive, but the item chips struck me as a better choice than anything else that's available, like super recoveries and super restores. I mean, yeah, I could sell them, but money's not really an issue. The amazing rod we've already got. The 5 Digivolution items, we're not going to have any use for those, because you would have to give them to a rookie Digimon in order for them to have effect, and it's no longer possible for us to have a rookie Digimon in this challenge, and when we did have a rookie Digimon, we had to Digivolve to Numamon. So to me it made the most sense to go for item chips with our merit points, and then use those item chips to boost our stats, making fights a bit easier, making the game a bit easier. Now I'm coming here for Gabumon, who I think uses Megaton Punch, Dynamite Kick and Warcry. We've already got 2 of those techniques, Megaton Punch and Dynamite Kick. Won't be able to learn either of those, but Warcry is a possibility. Warcry did get used, but we didn't learn it. Not the end of the world, these techniques can be learnt from random battles. They can be learned from training brains, although it would be my preference to learn them from battles rather than training brains. I am continuing to keep my Digimon awake against its will, and that will mean wanting to produce animations when the clock strikes a new hour, and that's one of the reasons why I've held on to some of my item chips, because I would like to give them to my Digimon. Oh, another unwanted battle. I would like to give the item chips to my Digimon when the clock is about to reach a new hour, so that I can get an animation out of it. The only downside with using the item chips the way that I said that I plan to use them is that it will delay the use of the item chip. That would mean delaying the stat gain, delaying the benefit, the benefit of having better stats. So it would delay the stat increase that I'll get from the item chip. Delay the benefits that will come from the item chip. When I was last in Toy Town, I didn't fancy taking on Woru Munsymon But now that I've got better stats and better techniques, I would now like to challenge Machinedramon. Not only would it mean recruiting Machinedramon, but it would also mean encountering Nanimon for the first time, and he would drop the key accessory, which would enable me to carry 20 items instead of 10, something that I'm keen to take advantage of. You can encounter Nanimon at 5 different locations, and in this instance we have gone about the game in a way where Toy Town looks like it will be the first place in which we encounter Nanimon. It'll be where we encounter Nanimon for the first time. I think for me, normally the Dino region is where I would encounter Nanimon for the first time, but that wasn't the case this time, because I'm delaying the recruitment of any restaurant Digimon, and you have to recruit Tyrannomon before you can encounter Nanimon at the Dino region. No HP chip and no technique learned. That's unfortunate. I'm not sure if it is possible for Machinedramon to learn Thunderbolt, but it is definitely possible for him to learn Muscle Charge. We already had Megaton Punch and Buster Dive. So, you know, we wouldn't have been able to have learnt Megaton Punch or Buster Dive because we've already got those techniques. But we could have learnt Muscle Charge. I'm not sure about Thunderbolt, but Muscle Charge was a technique that was definitely on my mind, but unfortunately for us, we didn't learn it. That would have been really useful as well, not just because it would have been another technique learned, but because Muscle Charge would enable us to greatly boost our attack stat, and that would really come in handy. Alright, Hagurumon is being returned. Muncymon will join the city, and if we then go back to where Worumuncymon was, Worumuncymon will no longer be there, but Nannymon will be there. It will be our first encounter with Nannymon, and it will double our inventory space when he drops the accessory that he drops. The doors no longer contain booby traps, but we still have the obstacle of avoiding the random Digimon, and you've seen for yourselves just how dreadful I am at avoiding Digimon. Okay, but I managed to avoid the Toyagumons and the Tankmons both times. That just leaves the clear Agumons. Okay, well, despite being awful at avoiding Digimon and doing a dreadful job at it so far in this challenge, the Toy Town side of avoiding enemies has actually gone very well so far. We are close to the Misty Trees. The only recruitable Digimon in the Misty Trees who we haven't yet recruited that I'm able to think of is Kokatorimon, but he won't be available for another 3.5 hours. We are also close to Friesland, where there's the opportunity of having the first Garulamon battle. It won't result in us recruiting Garulamon, it will just be the first step towards recruiting Garulamon. I've already explained that I don't want to recruit any of the restaurant Digimon for the time being. But you know, there is the option of Garulamon. I know I just ignored him there, but you know, he is an option, you know, the first Garulamon battle. Frigimon has to be ignored for the time being. There is the Ice Sanctuary. We've not been there yet. as a vaccine Digimon, we will be able to enter the Ice Sanctuary with no difficulty whatsoever. Penguinmon is to be left on the back burner for the time being. We're not able to recruit Moldramon yet. We're not able to encounter Waymon yet. I would say that the Ice Sanctuary and Garulamon are probably the initial things that are on my mind. We can go to the Ice Sanctuary and recruit Angemon. We can collect all of the items from the Ice Sanctuary while we are at it. And by the time that we are done, we might be within the time range in order to encounter Kokatorimon at the Misty Trees, and Garulamon will be close by as well. We could either challenge Garulamon when we're on our way to Kokatorimon, or we can challenge Garulamon just after Kokatorimon. It's 2 AM. I think that Kokatorimon first appears at 4 AM, and I think the last hour that he is available at is 6 AM. I think that he is available at 6 AM, but not 7 AM. So I think the time range is the start of 4 AM and the end of 6 AM. 4 AM is less than an hour and a half away. All that's separating us from Angemon are 3 Digimon who you can battle in one go. And I don't think there are any techniques that can be learned. I don't want this to hit the ice one. It did. Generous enough to leave me a sirloin. Good thing about recruiting Angemon is that, you know, his hints can remind you of any Digimon that you might be forgetting about, any Digimon you might be overlooking. Downside is that his recruitment is one of the things that results in Digimon's house getting upgraded, and when Digimon's house gets upgraded, you lose the ability to rest in Digimon's house, and then you have to rely on the clinic, the Centaur clinic, if you want to rest. Admittedly, the clinic is more effective when it comes to resting, and Centaurumon also informs you of your Digimon's tiredness level, which is handy. But still, you know, depending on circumstances, you know, you might not have Centaurumon recruited, or, you know, you might be in Digimon's house and you might prefer to just rest there rather than, you know, make your way down to where the clinic is. But yeah, from now on we have to rely on the clinic when it comes to resting. And it is now 4 AM. That means that Kokatorimon is available and should be available for more than another 2.5 hours. Plenty of time to get to where Kokatorimon is, and plenty of time to battle Garulamon as well, should I want to challenge him. It'd probably be a good idea to get the first battle out of the way, get myself in a position where all that's remaining is the second part of Garulamon's recruit. If we're lucky, we might learn War Cry from the battle. Warcry learned. Personally, I don't value Warcry as much as I value Muscle Charge. You know, when it comes to the battle techniques that provide you with stat increases during battles, I do prefer Muscle Charge to Warcry. You know, focus on sort of greatly boosting attack rather than sort of modestly boosting every stat. But seeing as we don't have Muscle Charge, I think that Warcry could be useful for the time being. Let's give Machinedramon the sirloin that we inherited from our trip to the Ice Sanctuary. I know I've got one eye on techniques because, you know, I think that it would make sense to learn every battle technique while I've got Machinedramon as my Digimon, a Digimon who is able to learn every battle technique, a Digimon who has the best statistical chance of learning the battle techniques. But my primary focus is on progress towards the game, progress towards having access to Mount Infinity, progress towards recruiting Digimon and getting the number of prosperity points as high as possible. You know, I learned Megaton Punch and Buster Dive ahead of the battles that I was going to be getting into. And I've been getting into battles where I've been, making progress towards the game, and there's also been the opportunity for me to learn techniques as well. And I think rather than put the game progress aside and fixate on techniques and learn every technique before making any progress with the game, I thought it made the most sense to learn 2 techniques that would be particularly useful for the battles that I would be getting into, then making progress with some of the battles, some of the games, and then maybe learn techniques as well, like maybe learn techniques while getting into battles, like I did with Dynamite Kick when battling Patamon, and like Warcry when battling Garulamon, and have the chance of killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And then by the time that I'm satisfied with the progress that I've made with like battles and recruitments, and then want to focus on securing the techniques that can be learnt with Muncymon, I would hopefully already be some of the way there, because hopefully I would have in some cases killed 2 birds with 1 stone by learning a technique or a number of techniques while progressing with the game and getting into battles that are compulsory to get into in order to have any chance of reaching 100 prosperity points. The lava cave is out of the question for the time being. So too is Tyrannomon's recruit, Frigimon's recruit, Garulamon's recruit, Penguinmon's recruit. But we have had Yoramon inform us of the bandits at the Great Canyon, and if we can defeat Olgamon at the Great Canyon, that would create the opportunity for us to have the second Olgamon battle, where Shalmon's recruit would be possible, and then also the third Olgamon battle, where Waymon's recruit would be possible. This is where we are about to get challenged by Olgamon for the first time. don't have too many complaints with how that battle went. And even though it's only Warcry that we've got and not Muscle Charge, our attack did get, boosted by a fair amount in that battle. You saw with Buster Dive we were able to do over 1,000 damage, and that must be a combination of the attack that we've already got before doing Warcry, and then, the attack that we end up with once we've done Warcry. Since we've got over 300 brains, we should be able to do 4 Warcries, and with our attack already being at a reasonable amount, I think that it will enable us to, be able to do some damage, I think. I always choose to fall off the cliff just because one of Angemon's hints is referring to the cliff, and the hint doesn't go away until you fall off the cliff, and I don't like to have the hint on the cliff because it gets in the way. It gets in the way of other hints, and that's why I like to fall off the cliff, so that it removes the hint from the list of hints that Angemon gives you. And instead of moving on to the second Olgamon battle, I've decided that I would like to try and recruit Birdramon and have the benefits of the Birdra transport. When I did the first Warcry, attack went up by 49, and I believe that Warcry boosts your attack by 10%, and then I think possibly defense by 5% and speed by 10%, but focusing on attack, the first Warcry put attack up by 49, and that means that our attack would have been 490 before we did the first Warcry. That's if Warcry does boost attack by 10%. The last Warcry boosted attack by 66, which would have meant that before we did the final Warcry, our attack would have been 660, and then the last Warcry would have put it up by 66 more, I think, which I believe means that our attack ended up going as high as 726. I think that it started at 490 and then went as high as 726, which isn't the maximum. It's not 999, And that's probably what our attack would go up to if we were to use Muscle Charge instead, if we had Muscle Charge. But for the opposition that we are, currently challenging, I think that, 700 attack is plenty good enough. I think that the battles that we are going to be getting into, should prove to be easy going if our attack is going to be, in the region of 700 or more. Right, let's see how terribly I do at avoiding the Digimon in the Ogre Fortress. The first test is 3 Gabumons. I repeatedly mash the infantry just to sort of try and slow the game down, effectively play the game at slow motion, making it easier to sort of see where Digimon are going, make it easier to avoid Digimon. We've made it this far without any unwanted battles. Can I successfully do the Ogumon skip? Yes. And now we've made it to the second Ogumon battle. Fortunately, without running into any unwanted battles, which for me is quite the achievement. What part of change target does Muncymon not understand? If you're aiming for Olgamon and I tell you to change target, that means stop aiming for Olgamon and aim for one of the Ogumons. Instead he goes and hits the Olgamon regardless. Ah, Tremor. Another battle technique off the list. We started off with Sonic Jab, we learned Buster Dive and Megaton Punch. That was intentional, we challenged Gotsumon with the aim of learning those techniques before making progress with the game. We learned Dynamite Kick while defeating Patamon, we learned War Cry while defeating Garulamon, we learned Tremor while defeating Olgamon. That just leaves Counter and Muscle Charge. So regarding battle techniques, we have 6 of the 8 battle techniques, only 2 left. The 2 being counter and muscle charge. I didn't think that using Warcry would pay off in that battle because of how quickly we could get the battle over if we were to just attack Goborimon. You know, I didn't think that the battle would have the potential in order to be long enough in order for Warcry to like pay for itself, you know, in order for Warcry to pay off. You know, the tougher a battle is and the longer a battle will take, you know, the more value there is in using techniques like Warcry, Aqua Magic, Muscle Charge, Moss Shield, Full Power. But yeah, when it comes to much shorter battles, you know, there's a lot less sense in using techniques like those. So the third Olgamon battle is ready when we are. All we have to do is go to Friesland. Waymon will be there. If we speak to Waymon, then he will take us to the secret beach cave where we will be able to battle Olgamon for the 3rd time. That will result in the recruitment of Waymon. It will result in Nanimon featuring at the Olga Fortress, where we would be able to speak to him for the 2nd time in this challenge. And if we were to, you know, recruit Waymon, then Factorial Town would be available to us, and Olgamon would be at the drill tunnel, where if we were to defeat him, we would recruit him. Before that, though, having defeated Olgamon for the 2nd time, we can now recruit Shalmon. We spoke to him at the Great Canyon Bridge. We returned to the Olga Fortress, looted the part of the Olga Fortress which was previously off limits to us. And if we just... oh, happy mushroom. If we just make our way back to the Great Canyon to Friesland and then to the Great Canyon Bridge, we will be able to recruit Shalmon, and that will be really helpful. I think that you need to recruit Shalmon in order to be able to encounter Machinedramon at the Dragon Eye Lake. When you become friends with Machinedramon, it counts as a recruitment. You get 2 prosperity points for him, and you can go to Beetleland, where you can recruit Kawagamon and also Carbalterimon if you've already recruited Greymon, which we have. And I think you also need to recruit Shalmon in order to be able to recruit Vadermon. And I don't know if you need Greymon in order to be able to recruit Skullgreymon, I suspect you do, and I think that you need Shellmon as well. I think you need Shellmon in order to be able to recruit Seadramon, Kawagamon, Carbolterimon, Skullgreymon, and Vadermon, and I think you also need Greymon for Carbolterimon and Skullgreymon. The plan is to refrain from recruiting Vadermon for the time being, along with Miramon, Tyrannomon, Garulamon and Frigimon. And we can't currently enter Greylord's mansion, which rules out the opportunity to currently recruit Skullgreymon, but there's no harm in having things ready so that when we've got the right Digimon we will be able to make progress that needs to be made. I did recruit Shellmon, as you saw, but my decision was then to go to Friesland, and now I'm going to be having the third Olgamon battle. I would like to have Waymon in the city. I would like to have Factorial Town available to us. Here we go. I don't want Muncymon aiming for Olgamon. I want him aiming for Woru Seadramon. Well, there's now only one target for us to aim for. Now I find in that battle you don't really need to aim for Olgamon or Gabumon, because Woru Seadramon tends to defeat those Digimon for you, or at least do, you know, substantial damage to them. So I find just aim for Woru Seadramon, you know, make him the priority, and by the time you defeat him, hopefully he would have defeated Olgamon and Gabumon for you, or at least, you know, done high damage to them, so that you know, you'll be able to defeat them yourself a lot more easily than you would have been able to have beaten them if it had been at the start of the battle when their HP would have been full. I kind of feel like, you know, aiming for Gabumon and Olgamon is a bit of a waste, really. In the other 3 Olgamon battles, I feel like it's a waste to aim for any Digimon other than Olgamon because of how easily the Olgamon defeats the Ogumons for you. I feel like it's unnecessary to aim for the Ogumons yourself. It makes the most sense to aim for Olgamon. But then in the other Olgamon battle where there's also Warusidramon, I feel like it makes the most sense to aim for Warusidramon because of the amount of damage that Warusidramon will likely do to the Olgamon and Gabumon. I don't think it will make sense to go to Factorial Town until it's time for the shift change. In other words, I don't think that it's worth going to Factorial Town until either midnight or midday, the times that the shift changes happen at. It's 4 PM at the moment. Does that mean that midnight is 8 hours away? And midday is 20 hours away? So if we're going to go to Factorial Town, we might as well go when we can make it past the guards and then have access to the deeper parts of Factorial Town. I don't think there's really much sense in going to Factorial Town before the shift changes. But we are very close to one of the times in which Seedramon will be available at the Dragon Eye Lake. I think that the times that he's available at are 8 AM and 5 PM, and it's only about 3/4 of an hour, less than that in fact, until 5 PM, one of the times in which Seedramon will be available. There are 5 articles at the moment. The ones I was interested in was the ones to do with, well, Article 2, which said about a UFO, and then the article about a lake guardian at the Dragon Eye Lake. There isn't currently the article about Myotismon, which you have to read in order to be able to see to the second part of the Greylord's mansion and recruit Skull Greymon. But Seadramon is almost available. And we have more use for him than just friendship. I made sure that I had 4 meats in my inventory, enough to catch Seadramon 4 times. And it is my intention to catch Seadramon 4 times as opposed to simply catching him once. We've caught him for the first time. We are able to make a request. I'd like a technique. He's taught us aqua magic. We can't go fishing again. There's no option for the rod. We have to leave and re-enter. And since it's still 5 PM, well, comfortably still 5 PM, we can now catch Seadramon for a second time and then have him teach us another technique. He can teach you 3 techniques in total: Winter Blast, Aqua Magic, and Giga Freeze. And by learning those techniques from Seadramon, it eliminates the need for us to learn those techniques from battles or from training brains. It gives us a head start with the ice techniques by, resulting in us learning 3 of the ice techniques, putting us almost halfway. There's no point requesting an item from him. He gives you the water bottle Digivolution item, makes you Digivolve to Seadramon. No value in this challenge, but that's the 3 techniques that he can teach us. And now I'm going to catch him for a final time, and now it's about requesting friendship. Okay, so we've now caught Seadramon 4 times, and now we want friendship from him. He's given us the blue flute. That means that we can have Seadramon take us to Beetle Land at any time. We've chosen to go now. And we can now recruit Kawagamon and Kabuterimon. All you have to do is speak to them and then pick the second option. When Kawagamon speaks to you, you're given 3 options. You have to pick the second option and he'll join the city. As for Kabuterimon, if you've recruited Greymon, then there will be 2 options available when you speak to Kabuterimon, and you have to pick the second option in order for him to join the city. If you haven't recruited Greymon, then there will only be 1 option, and picking that option won't result in Kabuterimon joining the the city, you need to have Greymon recruited. But if you go to Beetle Land with Greymon recruited, then to recruit Quaggamon and Carboterrymon, you just have to pick the second option when speaking to them. And in the space of no time at all, we are better off by 6 prosperity points. And we don't really need the blue flute, because Beetle Land is one of the places that Birdramon can take you to. And, if you've got Birdramon available to you, and if you've got autopilots, then you don't really need the blue flute. And that's why we've put it into the item bank. So it's just over 6 hours until the shift change, well, the next shift change at the Factorial Town. And if we were to, take advantage of the next shift change, then that would mean needing to be in Factorial Town in about 6 hours' time. Because we need to enter the room that the guards would normally be in at the time of the shift change. And then we can make it past the guards, and the whole of Factorial Town will be available to us. In the meantime, there are other things that we can be doing. For starters, we could take the next step towards recruiting Vadermon by acknowledging the new crop circle, which is in the area just up here. Because since we read the article which said about a UFO, after already acknowledging the first crop circle, there's now a second crop circle. And if we return to Shalmon's board when we have 45 prosperity points, there will be another article regarding an alien Digimon. And in case you're wondering what I'm doing here, I'm hoping to learn Muscle Charge. Nothing learnt, so we will try again. Muscle Charge got used a lot more quickly that time, which meant a much quicker battle, but nothing learnt. Probably give a portable potty to Muncymon before I end up with an unwanted Sukamon on my hands. Well, that battle was less easygoing because muscle charge didn't get used anywhere near as quickly. But it's I suppose the most important thing is the final outcome of whether or not you learn the technique, which unfortunately for us was also bad news. We can't really do anything apart from just keep trying. Well, there was some text, but it was to say that medium recovery has been dropped. we get there. They say that you have to break a few eggs in order to make an omelette, and from the looks of things you have to sorry, I'm struggling for... my mind's just gone a bit blank. Yeah, they say you have to break a few eggs in order to make an omelette, and from the looks of things you also have to butcher a few mud Frigimons in order to get muscle charge. And the question of what am I doing now? Well, I'm now grinding for Machinedramon, and I actually was the whole time. You know, when I was grinding for muscle charge, you know, battling the mud Frigimons and leaving and re-entering, I was also grinding for Machinedramon, hoping that he would show up. And I learned muscle charge before I was able to get Machinedramon to show up. So I then grinded for Machinedramon, and here he is, ready for battle. My attack did go up to the maximum from using muscle charge, and it's, you know, great to see that we have the ability to get our attack up to the maximum. That will, you know, really come in handy. You know, when you think about, you know, the tougher opposition of this game, you know, the tougher Digimon that you can get into battles with, yeah, it's great to know that, you know, even if they, you know, have maximum defense, you know, we have the ability to get our attack up to the maximum, and that will mean, you know, being able to do damage regardless of how good their defense is, regardless of how good their all-round stats are. So I think Muscle Charge is a great addition to what we've already got. The only other battle technique left to be learnt is Counter, which unfortunately for us is probably the hardest technique to learn from battles. And if you learn it from training brains, then fair enough. But when it comes to battles, it's one of the harder techniques to learn, because firstly, there are not many Digimon who have Counter, and secondly, in order for them to use Counter, you have to firstly attack them with a specific kind of technique, one that Counter can work on, and you need them to use Counter, where you're very dependent on luck, very dependent on chance, and even if they use Counter, there's then the obstacle of being successful with learning it, something which is also luck-based. Okay, well, I was about to comment on the fact that it's now midnight, and that means that we're past the midnight shift change at the Factorial Town, and the next shift change is just over 11 hours away at 12 PM. But then I noticed the sweat bubble and thought, oh dear, I best do something about that. We did have to defeat Mud Frigimon quite a lot of times, and we had already had battles beforehand, so I guess it's not really a surprise that tiredness became a problem. I don't really think we could have gone any further with the drill tunnel though. We recruited Olgamon. I've explained that the lava cave is to be left alone for the time being. Okay, there's the article about an alien Digimon and the article about Machinedramon. So if we were to return to Mount Panorama, we would be able to recruit Vadermon if we wanted to, and if we had access to Greylord's mansion, then we would be able to recruit Skull Greymon. But yeah, I was saying, Lava Cave, I've said that that's to be left alone for the time being, meaning that we can't recruit Miramon yet, can't recruit Dremolgemon yet. And in order to be able to go to Leomon's ancestor's cave, firstly, I think you need a minimum of 45 prosperity points, which we do definitely have, because that's also the number of prosperity points that's needed in order for the article about an alien Digimon to feature. Well, the fact that that article is shown up means that we do definitely have a minimum of 45 prosperity points, but as well as that, I think you also need to have recruited Miramon in order to be able to enter Leomon's ancestor's cave. If I was to go there now, then I think that it wouldn't be open. I think the Dremolgemon would still be there, still be digging, and you know, I think I've got the number of prosperity points required, but I think I also need to recruit Miramon, and we're not going to be doing that yet. That means that Leomon's ancestor's cave is not going to be available yet. But since we've recruited Waymon, Nanimon is going to be here at the Olga Fortress. There he is. That's our second time of speaking to him. The next shift change at the Factorial Town is over 6 hours away. I don't want to recruit Vadermon. I've already recruited Olgamon. Seeing as we've recruited Mumemon, Ninjamon would show up on the Digimon Bridge and would challenge us to a battle. Before that, though, I have decided to grind for Pixiemon. I've taken care of Mumemon. Metal Mumemon is to wait for the time being. And I've here managed to get Pixiemon to show up. Well, that battle didn't go badly at all. Now, we know that we had a minimum of 45 prosperity points. The recruitment of Piximon will mean that we now have a minimum of 48 prosperity points. If we were to recruit Ninjamon, we would have a minimum of 50 prosperity points. Firstly, that would mean that if we speak to Digimon, then he would mention about Mount Infinity, and we would get challenged by Airdramon and have access to Mount Infinity. Secondly, again, seeing as we would have a minimum of 50 prosperity points, Etamon would feature in the native forest. The impact that Muscle Charge can have. The annoying thing about recruiting Ninjamon is that afterwards there is a random Digimon who roams around on the Digimon bridge, but that Digimon disappears after you recruit Etamon, and even though there would currently be a random Digimon on the Digimon bridge as we speak, if we recruit Etamon, then we will eliminate any issue regarding that. All of that added attack seems to have also helped with the strength of our finishes, which I suppose is to be expected. I'm not sure if it's possible to recruit Etamon before Ninjamon, but if it is, then there would never be the random Digimon roaming around on the Digimon bridge. I just want to see what tournaments are available. Because it's only about an hour and a half until I would be able to enter a tournament. So there's the basic grade tournaments, a wing tournament, which I'm not eligible for, version 0, which I don't think Muncimon is eligible for, but I will enter because you have to remember I'm aiming to get as many medals as physically possible, and there are 5 medals up for grabs from the tournaments, and if I was to enter a tournament that I haven't yet won, and I was to win that tournament, then that would be progress towards 2 different types of medals. One for winning all of the tournaments that that specific tournament is part of, and also the medal for 100 championship wins. I'm not entirely sure if all of the medals, the 5 tournament medals, I'm not entirely sure if all of them would be obtainable in this challenge, but I would imagine that certainly some of them would be available, and although the tournaments are a massive pain, it would make sense to make a start with the tournaments and therefore the tournament medals ASAP, because of how long it generally takes in order to earn those medals. You know, 100 championship wins, that's going to take over 100 days. That's over 3 years. Not to mention all the individual tournaments that would have to be won as well, which can only be entered once or twice a year, or a few times a year, whatever it might be. despite dreading the tournament because of how much of a drag the medals can prove to be, you know, I am thinking about, you know, getting the ball rolling as soon as possible. Try to win tournaments, preferably tournaments that you haven't already won, you know, or progress towards the medals that can come from the tournaments. You know, I do hate having to go after the tournament medals, but what can you do? I can enter the tournament as of the next hour, but I do have, but you know, I can also enter it by a lot later than that. In case you're wondering what I'm doing here, I'm hoping to learn static electric and electric cloud. Of course, I need him to do electric cloud in order to be able to learn it. I know he's done static electric, but I want him to do electric cloud as well. If he's run out of MP, then the best that we can hope for is to learn static electric. Because electric cloud hasn't even been used. I'm hoping that he hasn't run out of MP and that he's just running around. But it might be that he's run out of MP. It's starting to look that way. I think he's out of MP. Now, have we learned static electric at least? No. I'm aware that Machinedramon doesn't have air as his first nature, and it would make more sense to learn air techniques with a Digimon who does have air as their first nature, but Static Electric and Electric Cloud are two of the easiest air techniques to learn. And with that in mind, hopefully we won't have too much trouble learning them with a Digimon who has air as a nature, but not their first nature. There were no issues with the techniques getting used, but we didn't learn either of them. Just a reminder, we are now at the time in which we could enter the tournament. We are on the hour in which it's the earliest opportunity for us to enter the tournament. But, we don't have to enter the tournament bang on this hour. We've got many hours yet in which we could enter the tournament. As long as we, enter the tournament today, and then we will be able to enter a different tournament tomorrow if we want to. One tournament per day is the most that you can do, and as long as you're, entering a tournament each day and competing in it, then that's the best you can do. Of course, entering tournaments is only half of the battle. The other half is to win them. If you don't win tournaments, then you're not going to make any progress towards medals. That's how you make progress towards the tournament medals. You have to enter the tournaments and you have to win them. If we don't win them, then it's pointless, we're not going to be making any progress. Nothing learnt that time either, but we need to take a pause from these battles because it's almost time for the shift change at the factorial town. I need to head to the factorial town and take advantage of the shift change. We've got about 20 minutes until it's 12 PM midday, but you don't have to be there bang on 12 midday. You do get like 2 or 3 minutes either side of the hour. Okay, the shift change has probably started. Now it's bang on the hour. It's gone 2 minutes after the hour. But it's still the shift change. We can proceed and explore the rest of the Factorial Town. I'm not going to battle any of the Digimon here and now. I'm not going to battle Guromon. I'm not going to battle Metal Mumemon. I'm not going to do anything like that. I've simply made it past the guards so that the guards will no longer be there, and I will now have free access to the whole of the Factorial Town. And while I was at it, I thought it would make sense to loot all of the items as well. And now if we return to the city, we can continue to try and learn static electric and electric cloud. We've also got the tournament on the horizon. But for the time being, I'm going to continue to try and learn static electric and electric cloud from battling these Madoki Betamons. They are going to be available until 7 PM, I think. The Madoki Betamons are daytime Digimon. Daytime Digimon first become available at 7 AM, and the last hour that they are available at is 6 PM, and then at 7 PM it's, you know, the nighttime Digimon, and then the last hour that they are available at is 6 AM. Okay, we have learned static electric. But Muncymon is showing us the sweat bubble. Well, it's good that we've at least learnt static electric, got that out of the way. It's taken more battles than I would have liked, and well, I ended up overdoing it because Machinedramon has ended up getting tired from it, showing us the sweat bubble. I should have rested before allowing Machinedramon to get to the state that he's gotten into. We don't need to worry about tiredness for the time being. I think that our energy levels are back to the maximum, but we are now limited with how many more battles we can squeeze in against the Madoki Betamons. In 2 hours' time they are no longer going to be available, and it's going to be the Dakunamons instead. And that's Electric Cloud learned as well. Okay, if we go to Digimon's house and save, and then we can head down to the arena and enter the tournament. I know that, using Warcry and Electric Cloud, might not be the fastest way to defeat the opposition. I might not defeat the opposition as quickly as if I was to just use Buster Dive the whole time. But you have to be sensible, because, you know, the HP and MP that we've got has to last the whole tournament. It has to last all 3 battles. You know, I don't want to use all of my MP in one go. I need to try and reserve it, so I'm going to have enough MP for the whole of the tournament. During matches, you know, my HP and MP is only going to get recovered by a certain percentage. After using my finish, it occurred to me that I, you know, comfortably had won that match, and instead of continuing to fight, which would have drained my MP, I thought I would just keep my distance for the rest of the battle. The opposing Digimon their attacks were doing very minimal damage to me, and I thought there wasn't really any risk, really, in just doing nothing for the rest of the fight and allowing them to attack me. I wanted to preserve my MP. seeing as that was the final match of the tournament, I thought that it would be okay to just attack near the end. You know, once the battle was already over, just attack near the end and finish the job. The MP consumption wasn't really a problem because it was the last match of the tournament. You know, there weren't any other matches to come, so I didn't need to, you know, reserve my MP for anything. But that is our first tournament won. A B tournament, so A grade tournament. Yeah, puts us a tiny step towards the medal for 100 championship wins, and also puts us closer to the medal for winning every grade tournament. But it's only you know, our first win, our first tournament. You know, there are many more tournaments to come. This challenge is going to be very different here onwards, because now we've entered a stage in which I'm now pursuing tournament medals, and that means that here onwards there are going to be an awful lot of tournaments. I'm going to be entering a very high number of tournaments. I'm going to be aiming to try and compete in tournaments every day. You know, my aim is to try and take advantage of the tournaments available and try to compete in tournaments every day, and that means that you know, you are pretty much going to be seeing a tournament every day, you know, 30 tournaments every year, or is it 29 tournaments a year? Because there's no tournaments on day 30, so I guess 29 tournaments a year. Yeah, it's going to be a big pain, but there's not really anything that I can do about it. You know, in order to get the tournament medals, I do have to win tournaments, regardless of how painful that might prove to be. In the meantime, though, Mount Infinity is my priority, and I got into a battle there just so that I could collect this item that I'm about to collect. There was a Rockmon blocking the way, but by getting into a battle, I was able to clear the Rockmon out of the way. And the good thing about getting into battles, like random battles in Mount Infinity, is that the Digimon are very prone to hitting each other with their attacks, and they can end up doing a lot of damage to each other as a result of it, and it does make winning battles easier, because, you know, they can do, you know, significant damage to themselves, you know, saving you the trouble of having to do it. It's 4 AM, I think, and the tournament won't be available until the earliest of 10 AM. That's 6 hours away, ample time for us to be making progress in other departments. And here we go with the battle against Digimon. Is the quick chip gonna be unreachable? Unobtainable? Yeah, unfortunately so. I go through the text slowly there, because like with Meteormon, I had to go through that bit of text slowly in order to prevent the game from freezing, but I speeded the video up to make it brief for you viewers. It's a bit of a nuisance about the quick chip, but I suppose it's my fault for defeating Devimon when he was in the position that he was in, and I'm now choosing to fight Pidomons because even though Muncymon doesn't have air as his first nature, it would be fantastic if I am able to learn Megalospark. And the Pidomons use Megalospark, which creates the opportunity for us to learn Megalospark. I was hoping Muncymon would use his finish on that other Pidomon. Sage fruit gets dropped. Oh, and we learn Megalospark. We get it on our first try. That I'm very surprised by. I mean, you remember, you know, when trying to learn Static Electric and Electric Cloud, it turned out to be a much tougher task. And those are techniques that are statistically a lot easier to learn than Megalospark. I thought that we would have had a real hard time learning Megalospark, given that air is not our first nature, but we get it in one try. That I'm really surprised by. In a good way, of course. It's fantastic we've been able to learn Megalospark. That's going to really come in handy. It's a great technique. Okay, the next battle is going to be against Metal Greymon. Machinedramon is a Digimon who I don't plan on battling anytime soon. I plan to leave him aside, and for reasons that will later make sense. I want to, you know, not battle Machinedramon until the time is right. And when the time is right, you will understand why. I will explain it to you, and it will make sense, and you will understand, my logic for not battling Megadramon here and now. And I'm just ignoring him and moving on to Metal Greymon and then Machinedramon. The battle should go a lot more smoothly. Megalospark combined with Muscle Charge, using Megalospark when we've got maximum attack, we can really do some damage there. If I'm not mistaken, we should be one battle away from becoming 2 medals better off. Because if we defeat Machinedramon, then when we return to the game afterwards, we should get the medal for defeating Machinedramon, the medal for defeating the final boss. And then we also get the Machinedramon card, which should complete our collection of Digimon cards, and then because of that we should then get the medal for having every Digimon card. Before that, though, we have to win this battle. Okay, that's Machinedramon taken care of. We have to go through a bit of dialogue, but once we are done with that, we will resume with the game, and we should get presented with 2 medals. Well, we are back at File City with Digimon and all of the baby Digimon and in training Digimon, with the exception of Tainomon, not sure where she is, and we've also got the company of a few champion Digimon as well. But we are about to leave, and we are returning. Tamer level up, medal, Machinedramon card, and another medal. So we're at 4 medals now, 1 for beating the final boss, and then 1 for getting all the Digimon cards, and you can see the Digimon cards for yourselves. And if we are to enter a tournament today, then we should probably be acting pretty promptly, because we have to enter by, well, we have to, you know, register for a tournament by the latest of 9 AM, which I think is only 2 hours away. So what's available to us? D, C and A. Okay, well they are all tournaments that I've not won before, and the A tournament was the tournament that I decided to go with. It's harder than C tournaments and D tournaments, but we've got pretty good stats, pretty good techniques. You know, I think we should be able to win the A tournament, and then on a different day we will have to, you know, register for a D tournament or a C tournament, because we have to win every tournament if we are to get all of the, well, have any chance of getting all of the tournament medals. Essentially, you have to win every single tournament, and you need to have 100 championship wins in order to get all of the tournament medals, 5 in total. In case you're wondering what I'm doing now, I'm heading for the back dimension, because I would like to benefit from all of the items that are there, and I would also like to defeat Machinedramon, because I would like to be presented with a chain melon. So I've come to the back dimension for the items and the Machinedramon battle, and then the chain melon that we will be given afterwards, and I'm not too sure why Muncymon has become sick. Well, we don't have any medicine on us, but I don't really want to return to the city. It's going to be, you know, quite a few hours until we would lose a life as a result of sickness. I do know that if you battle when your Digimon is sick or injured, then techniques consume more MP, and I think your attacks do less damage as well. But due to, you know, our stats being where they are and us having Muscle Charge and Megalospark, you know, I think that, you know, we should be able to defeat Machinedramon without too much trouble. But we can't reach a new hour with Muncymon being sick. We have to produce an animation, otherwise happiness and discipline would have been affected. Although from the looks of things... Wait. Happiness and discipline's gone down. Did that happen after we became sick? I know when your Digimon wants to sleep, happiness and discipline goes down when the clock strikes a new hour, and that's why I produced an animation. Sorry, when your Digimon wants to sleep and the clock strikes a new hour, happiness and discipline will be affected unless you produce an animation like I have frequently done in this challenge, and you also have the same problem with sickness. If the clock strikes a new hour while your Digimon is sick, then happiness and discipline will be affected unless you produce an animation like we did by giving our Digimon an item chip. And seeing as we are about to battle Machinedramon, and we do have, you know, tough battles ahead of us, we have tough tournaments ahead of us, I thought that I would give all of my item chips to Muncymon. Well, all of the item chips apart from the brain chips. At the moment I would like to keep my brain stat roughly where it is, but I've benefited from all of the other item chips. If we speak to Digimon, then he will give us a chain melon, and the back dimension will next be available in 20 days' time. But we really need to be doing something about Muncimon's sickness, and by offering Muncimon a ray gun, I was able to produce an animation as the clock was striking a new hour, and obviously Muncimon declined the ray gun because Muncimon can't Digivolve to Vadermon, because Muncimon is an ultimate, as is Vadermon. Only a champion Digimon would be able to take a Digivolution item which makes you Digivolve to an ultimate Digimon. I knew that Muncimon would decline the ray gun, but by offering it to him and having him decline it, I was able to produce an animation which was needed at that current moment in time. And for as long as we have an ultimate Digimon and we have a Digivolution item that they can't take, we have the ability to produce animations as and when they are needed. So at least we don't have to worry about giving certain items to Muncimon in order to produce animations at the right time, nor do we need to worry about, you know, having to praise him or scold him in the interest of producing animations at the right time. We can produce animations by offering Muncimon the ray gun or a different item if we can be certain that he definitely won't take the item. Right, chain melon, please. Thank you. Right, hints. What are the hints? Vegemon, Tyrannomon, Miramon. Now it's time for our return to Mount Infinity, where I will be challenging Digitamamon. I'm not going to challenge Megadramon. I'm going to continue to leave him aside for the time being. I'm on my way to the room that Machinedramon was in. And the plan is to challenge Digitamamon. And now I think is a good time to explain my reasoning for not recruiting any of the restaurant Digimon so far. I want to recruit Digitamamon before recruiting any of the other restaurant Digimon, because I want to see if it's possible for the restaurants to get opened by Digitamamon and for Digitamamon to be the only Digimon working at the restaurant. it would be great if I am able to be in a position where the restaurant is open in the city and the only Digimon working there is Digitalmamon. And the reason for that is because when you go to the restaurant and Digitalmamon is the one working there, normally if you've got other Digimon recruited, I think there's only a 10% chance of Digitalmamon showing up. But if the restaurant was available and Digitalmamon was the only Digimon, then surely you would get Digitalmamon every time. And his foods are particularly valuable because there's a glitch which enables you to max out your stats. Because when you eat at the restaurant when it's Digitalmamon, sometimes his foods boost half of your stats. Sometimes they boost HP, attack and speed, or they boost MP, defense and brains, or they boost all of your stats. HP, MP, attack, defense, speed and brains. I think it's random what his, what the effects are, whether his food will boost all of your stats or half of your stats. But the glitch is that when you go to the restaurant when your Digimon wants to eat, and you eat at the restaurant when it's Digitalmamon working there, it's possible to keep eating and keep eating and keep eating, and if all of your stats are going up, if the food is causing all of your stats to increase, then by repeatedly eating over and over and over again, it enables you to max out on stats. And the Digitalmamon food glitch is something that I'm very keen to take advantage of, if possible. The Digitalmamon food glitch is a great way of getting your stats up to the maximum. It's a very reliable way of going about it. It is expensive, it does cost a lot of money, and it is tedious, but it's, in my opinion, one of the best ways to max out on stats. And if the restaurant is now available and it's only Digitalmamon working there, then that would be fantastic. Because Digitalmamon would be the only potential Digimon working there, since we haven't recruited any of the other restaurant Digimon. Putting that aside, there is still one other battle technique I haven't learnt yet. The technique being counter. I need to learn that in order to complete the list of battle techniques, and that would, go towards learning every technique. It would go towards completing all of the techniques, which has to be done if we are to pursue the medal for learning every technique. And here in Gear Savannah there are some Digimon who use counter, and Sonic Jab is a technique that counter can work against. So I'm going to be getting into battles trying to use Sonic Jab at the right time and hoping that counter will get used against it, and that then we will be able to learn counter. Oh, that's counter. We were successful with the first step of counter being used, but not successful with the second step of learning it. But you can see I am challenging a Digimon who can at least use counter, and I have to use Sonic Jab at the right times. I can't attack him while he is attacking, because there's zero chance that counter will get used. I have to use Sonic Jab when he's not attacking, and I have to hope that he then uses counter against it. That time it didn't get used, that means that we're not going to learn it. As I said before, counter is one of the harder techniques to learn because of the difficulty. Well, I mean, if we're talking about, you know, learning techniques from battles, counter is one of the harder techniques to learn because of the difficulty of it actually getting used in the first place. And then even if it does get used, there's then still the obstacle of, you know, successfully learning it. It didn't get used that time either. I don't know if having higher stats influences the chances of a Digimon using counter, but if it does, then I'm all for him doing Warcry. I can understand, you know, higher speed increasing the chances of a Digimon using counter. I can understand higher defense increasing the chances of a Digimon using counter. I'm not so sure about attack, but if I am right, then him doing War Cry is a good thing. I don't need to tell you that we are also not going to be learning counter from this fight. I was saying about whether or not stats would affect the, chances of a Digimon using counter, and I didn't mention brains, but then brains doesn't get affected by things like War Cry. It's only the other stats that get affected by things like that. So if having a higher brain stat does affect the chances of you using something like counter, then it's not going to be influenced by something like War Cry. Ah, okay, it's been used again. There is the chance for us to learn counter, but we don't learn it. funny, out of all the techniques that I've learned from battles so far, statistically I probably had the smallest chance of learning Megalo Spark, and yet I got it in one try. Not gonna learn it this time. But, unless I'm mistaken, I would imagine that, you know, it is mostly a case of luck. You know, firstly, you know, him, you know, physically using counter, you know, counter actually getting used, you know, there's a lot of luck in that. And then whether or not we learn the technique, if it gets used, then, you know, there's luck there as well. So if I'm not mistaken, I'm thinking, you know, it is mostly a case of luck. It's been used. And it gets used a second time, which is going to have no impact whatsoever, if I'm not mistaken. I don't believe the number of times that a technique gets used during a battle has any influence on the likelihood of you learning the technique. Do we have good news waiting for us? Yes, we do. managed to learn counter. I think there could be some value in having counter equipped. It's not a technique that I'm going to rely on, but on top of having Megalo Spark and a stat boosting technique, if I've got counter as well, then there's always the chance that a Digimon might use a certain attack against me, and I might then, counter it, which will save me from taking damage from the attack, and it will also damage the attacker as well. And with Muncymon wanting to sleep, we're back in a position where animations are going to be needed when the clock strikes a new hour, which is only about a quarter of an hour away. We're about to find out if the restaurant is in the city, and unfortunately it's not. So that means that the restaurant can't get opened by Digitamamon. The fact that we've recruited Digitamamon and no other restaurant Digimon means that the restaurant has not been opened, and if we are to have any chance of seeing Digitamamon at the restaurant, then we are going to have to recruit other restaurant Digimon in order for the restaurant to get opened, so that then there's the chance of us seeing Digitamamon in the restaurant. It looks like Digitamamon only joins the restaurant and doesn't open up the restaurant. So delaying those restaurant recruits had no value whatsoever. Even though some recruitments have been delayed by me not recruiting the restaurant Digimon when I had the opportunity to, I am still glad that I, did recruit Digitamamon first, just to see if it would result in the restaurant being opened. There would have been a lot of benefits if the restaurant had been opened by Digitamamon. And I don't really think there's been too much inconvenience by delaying the recruits of the restaurant Digimon. We still managed to reach 50 prosperity points, which was the target needed in order to have access to Mount Infinity. In the near future, though, it would be wise to recruit the restaurant Digimon, Miramon, Tyrannomon, Frigimon, Garulamon, progress towards 100 prosperity points, something that we are aiming for, and also it looks like it's compulsory to recruit at least one of those Digimon in order for the restaurant to get opened, thus creating the opportunity to encounter Digitamon at the restaurant. There is of course Vadermon as well, I also need to recruit him. Okay, so we've won an A tournament as well. We can tick that off the list along with the B tournament. Regarding grade tournaments, that leaves S, C and D. D and C are the two easiest grade tournaments, but S is the hardest, and the hardest tournament overall, for that matter. So what's available to us? D and B, we've already won a B tournament, so the only logical option is to pick the D tournament. We would be punching below our weight by competing in the D tournament, but we have to win it if we want those medals. You know, I know that this is a challenge where I am restricted to one lifespan, and with that in mind, it might seem a bit peculiar trying to pursue all of the tournament medals in a challenge where I'm only going to have one lifespan. You know, the 100 championship wins would take over 100 days, which is more than 5 times Digimon's average lifespan. You know, the thought of pursuing the medal for learning every technique, that might seem peculiar in a challenge like this because of the practicality of being able to get the Digimon who would be needed in order for it to be possible to learn every technique, as well as in order for it to be possible to enter all of the different tournaments that I would have to enter. But, you know, this is stuff that I have accounted for. It is stuff that I'm well aware of, and I do have ideas in place to try and work around these obstacles. You know, I am aware of the difficulty of learning every technique when I've only got one single lifespan available to me. I am aware of the complication of being able to digivolve to all of the Digimon that I would need in order to be able to learn every technique, in order to be able to get 100 prosperity points, in order to be able to enter all of the tournaments that I would need to enter, in order to be able to live long enough, in order to be able to compete in all of the tournaments and win 100 tournaments, you know, get 100 championship wins. You know, I am fully aware of all of the complications, and I do have, you know, plans in place to work around these problems, which will become known to you as we go further with this challenge. In the meantime, I'm heading to the lava cave so that I can battle and defeat Miramon. That will result in me recruiting Miramon. It will also get the ball rolling with Dramojamon's recruitment, and it will result in us having access to Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, a place that we need to go to in order to be able to recruit Leomon. Miramon will also be the first Digimon to join, well, to open the restaurant. Yeah, Miramon will be the Digimon to open the restaurant. He will be, you know, the first restaurant Digimon that we will be recruiting, aside from Digitamamon. And we do need to recruit the other restaurant Digimon as well, and there are also other Digimon who we haven't yet recruited. Most of them are Digimon who we are not really able to recruit at the moment, because we have to go about the recruitments in certain ways. And some of the recruitments are, you know, recruitments that physically cannot be done yet, like Skull Greymon, because we can't enter Greylord's mansion. Well, Miramon was a lot easier than he would have been had we challenged him at the first opportunity that we would have had to battle him. Vadermon is another Digimon who only appears at the restaurant randomly. Digitamon, I think, has like a 10% probability of showing up at the restaurant. I think it's the same with Vadermon. You know, Vadermon doesn't have like a fixed shift like Miramon, Garulamon, Frigimon and Tyrannomon do. I think Vadermon is the same as Digitamon in that Vadermon only shows up randomly. And because of that, I imagine that if we were to recruit Vadermon before recruiting any of the other restaurant Digimon, then it wouldn't result in the restaurant being opened. I imagine that we would have to recruit one of the 4 main restaurant Digimon first, be it Miramon, Tyrannomon, Frigimon, or Garulamon. Garulamon won't be available at the moment. It's currently 2 AM. I don't think Garulamon will be available until 3 PM. I think it's 3 PM. And I'm not sure exactly how long Garulamon is available for, but I think it's only a few hours. If I'm right that Garulamon's not available until 3 PM, then we've got over 12 hours before Garulamon's recruitment will be possible. Skullgreymon won't be possible for as long as I've got Muntzymon as my Digimon. Vegemon won't be recruitable until the earliest of day 15, and that means that Moldramon also won't be recruitable until the earliest of day 15. Yeah, recruit Vegemon first, buy a Super Carrot. Trade the Super Carrot with the Moldramon, get an Omni Floppy, trade the Omni Floppy with the other Moldramon, take the Black Trout out of the item bank, trade that with the other Moldramon, and then have him join the city. But Vegemon, wait till day 15 when the Rain Plant will be available, collect the Rain Plant, take it to the tropical jungle, use the Rain Plant to produce Vegemon, and he will then join the city. And the Dramoldramon down here should now be gone, and he is. Before we had recruited Miramon, I think the Dramoldramon still would have been there digging, regardless of our number of prosperity points. But the combination of recruiting Miramon and having a minimum of 45 prosperity points, I think, is what results in the Dramoldramon being done with his digging and the Leomon Ancestor Cave being available to you. But that's the stone tablet that we need for Leomon's recruitment. If we were to go to Gear Savannah and recruit Leomon, then afterwards Nannymon would be at the Leomon's Ancestor's Cave, and it's one of the locations in which we would have to speak to Nannymon at. I think it would be our 3rd encounter with Nannymon, so I think we've already encountered him at the Olga Fortress in Toy Town, and then if we speak to him at Leomon's Ancestor's Cave as well, then I think that would just leave the Dino region and the sewer. When I say the sewer, I'm talking about the sewer in Factorial Town. Encountering Nannymon at the Dino region, I don't think is too far away, because Tyrannomon is one of the Digimon that I'm going to be wanting to recruit sooner rather than later. But Factorial Town is not a place that we are going to be making more progress with at the moment, because I want to go about the Factorial Town recruitments in a certain way. There's something else that I want to tie in with the Factorial Town recruitments, something that can't be done while we've got Muncymon as our Digimon. And that means that, I don't have Factorial Town on my mind at the moment. And for the same reason, I also don't have Megadramon in mind, nor do I have Skullgreymon in mind. The Factorial Town Digimon, Megadramon and Skullgreymon, they are all Digimon who I'm planning to not recruit while I've got Muncymon as my Digimon, because of other things that I will be aiming to fulfill, which can't be fulfilled while we've got Muncymon as our Digimon. It would require the use of a different Digimon, and even though Muncymon is an Ultimate Digimon, and Ultimate Digimon can't Digivolve, well, not naturally anyway, they can't naturally Digivolve. I do have plans in place of how I will be able to have other Digimon after Muncymon. The challenge is not going to end with me having Muncymon as my Digimon. I'm going to be able to have other Digimon as my partner Digimon, and I'm going to be able to live long enough in order to get these other Digimon and make certain progress with them. Now, this is the initial scene where Leomon rescues the Patamon, and then when we follow Leomon into the part of the Gear Savannah that he goes into, and we present him with his ancestor's stone, there is a bit of text that we will have to go through slowly in order to prevent our game from freezing. There it is. And there's now only one other scenario where we encounter that problem, and it would be in Greylord's Mansion when speaking to Devimon. There will be a bit of text that I'll have to go through slowly in order to prevent my game from freezing, like with the Devimon at Mount Infinity, Leomon who we just spoke to, and the Meteormon at the Dino region. And like with those Digimon, I will, speed the video up when I do pause on the bit of text, so that it'll only be brief for you viewers. Having recruited Leomon, there will now be Nanimon at the Leomon's ancestor's cave. We can speak to him, and having recruited Miramon and Vadermon, as well as recruiting Digitamamon beforehand, that leaves 3 other restaurant Digimon, Tyrannomon, Frigimon and Garulamon, We can't recruit Garulamon at the moment because he's not available at the moment, but we can recruit Tyrannomon and Frigimon as we speak. And when I go to the Dino region for Tyrannomon, I have to remember not to leave straight away and to stay in the Dino region and to go to the area where Meteormon was, and Nannymon will be there, and that will be our 4th time of speaking to him, and then we will only need to encounter Nannymon at one of his other locations. The sewer will be the 5th and final time of encountering Nannymon. He will join the city, which will give us a prosperity point, and he will drop the key accessory, which will enable us to carry 30 items instead of 20. When it comes to recruitments, I think it's generally known that recruiting a rookie Digimon gives you 1 prosperity point, recruiting a champion Digimon gives you 2 prosperity points, recruiting an ultimate Digimon gives you 3 prosperity points. However, there are a total of 3 champion Digimon who aren't considered to be very good, and because of that they only get you 1 prosperity point, and they are the 3 filth Digimon, Sukamon, Numamon and Nannymon. That means that Nannymon only gets us 1 prosperity point. Despite being a champion, we only got 1 prosperity point when we recruited Sukamon, and should we recruit Numamon, we would only get 1 prosperity point for him. And the prosperity points go up to a total of 100. That's the number of prosperity points that you need in order to get the medal for recruiting every Digimon. So we previously defeated Tyrannomon and Meteormon. So if we just speak to Tyrannomon, it now carries on as if we had come here immediately after defeating Meteormon. Tyrannomon recruited, and now Nannymon will be available in the area where Meteormon was, on the exact spot that Meteormon was on when we challenged him. We could go to Freezeland and recruit Frigimon here and now, or we could leave it for a bit and tie it in with Garulamon's recruitment. There's still going to be time in between now and Garulamon being available. He's not available at the moment. That does raise the question of, what best to do now. The tournament's not going to be available for a few more hours. Garulamon's not going to be available until several hours after that. And I have now decided to give the brain chips to Machinedramon. Yeah, I think it's 8 AM, 2 hours until our earliest opportunity of being able to enter the tournament, and I think 7 hours until Garulamon will first be available for battle. It's only day 10, which means that it's still 5 days until we will be able to obtain the rain plant. And I think it was today when we spoke to the Digimon after defeating Miramon, and that means that we won't be able to recruit Digimon until day 13. After you defeat Miramon, you have to speak to the Digimon who's digging in the lava cave, and then return 3 days later. He will be done digging, and if you speak to him, he will join the city afterwards. So it makes the most sense to speak to Digimon at the earliest opportunity, get the ball rolling with his recruitment. You have to speak to him, and then you can't do anything. You can't go any further with his recruit until 3 days later. Well, our tiredness levels are fine. I rested at the clinic. We were a bit tired to begin with, but tiredness levels are now fine. And the resting took us up until 10 AM, and meaning that the tournament is now available to us. And the tournament should be insultingly easy, considering it is a D tournament, a tournament intended for rookie Digimon. Thinking a couple of Megalo Sparks should do the job, no problem. As demonstrated. Our tamer level did go down just before we entered the tournament, and that was because we were entering a D tournament with an ultimate Digimon. You're not meant to enter a D tournament with an ultimate Digimon. You're meant to enter a D tournament with a rookie Digimon. And if you enter, you know, a grade tournament with a Digimon where the grade is considered to not be right for the type of Digimon that you've got, then your tamer level can go down as a result of it. Seems that sometimes you don't even need 2 Megalo Sparks. Seems that just 1 is enough in some cases. And that is now us 3% of the way to the medal that you get for 100 championship wins, and 60% of the way with the medal that you get for winning every grade tournament. Okay, D, C, B and A. The only one of those that we haven't yet won is a C tournament. And that is why we entered the C tournament. If we had entered the D, B or A tournament, then winning it would have meant progress towards 100 championship wins. But by entering the C tournament, if we win it, then we will make progress towards 100 championship wins, and also progress towards winning every grade tournament. Yeah, out of those grade tournaments that were available, the C tournament was the only one that we hadn't already won. And if we can win it, then that will just leave the S tournament as far as the grade tournaments are concerned. Yeah. At the moment, Muncymon is my Digimon. I don't plan to keep things that way. I do plan to move on to different Digimon while staying in the same lifespan. And while I have got Muncymon, I was keen to learn every battle technique, something that I've done, and also keen to enter all of the tournaments that Muncymon is able to enter. And when I say that, I'm not just talking about the grade tournaments, because they are available to all Digimon. I'm talking about the other tournaments which are not available to all Digimon. The tournaments that are more exclusive. And I would like to be able to enter and win all of the tournaments with Muncymon that I wouldn't be able to enter with any random Digimon. Having battle as his first nature, Muncymon will be able to enter the battle tournament, the tournament that's exclusive for Digimon who have battle as their first nature, he will be able to enter one of the version tournaments, and there might be other tournaments that I'm overlooking, possibly the animal tournament. Being a bear, I imagine Muncymon might be eligible for the animal tournament, and while I've got Muncymon as my Digimon, I want to make the most of the ability to enter the tournaments that he is able to enter, and win them, of course. Where I was late with speaking to Garulamon, he had enough time to recover his HP completely, but it didn't matter with the stats that we had plus Megalospark. We were able to defeat him easily enough. One thing to watch out for regarding the tournaments is that in order for tournaments to be available, I think that you need to have recruited a certain number of Digimon, and that you need to have recruited a certain number of specific Digimon. That is in order for all of the tournaments to be available. I think that you need to have recruited a lot of specific Digimon, and that is something to watch out for because it could clash with the availability of the tournaments, the arena tournaments. In order for all of the tournaments to be available, we might not currently have enough Digimon at the city in order for those tournaments to be available. Certainly some tournaments are available at the moment, but I doubt all of them are. I imagine that there are other recruitments that would need to happen before certain tournaments are available. Okay, we've spoken to the 4 main Digimon at the restaurant, and that means that the Digimon who will be working there now will be the Digimon who is due to work here at this time. But instead it was one of the random Digimon, Vadamon. Okay, Frigimon is the Digimon due at this time. Depending on when we enter the restaurant, the Digimon who's going to be available is going to be the Digimon who is due to be on shift at the time. And there is also the chance of us encountering Vadamon or Digitamamon, the 2 random Digimon. At least I think that they are random. I don't suppose there's any harm in having the black trout in our inventory ready for when we go to Friesland. Let's see where we're up to with prosperity points. 76. I took the meats out of the item bank because I plan to go fishing, and I would like to be able to use the meats as bait. They are, you know, a very cheap item, a very easy item to get, and they can be used to bait some of the fish at the Dragon Eye Lake. And fishing is something that I'm going to need to do a lot more of in this challenge. I know I've already got the medal for catching 100 fish, but I'm gonna need to do an awful lot more fishing. I am nowhere near done with fishing yet. And will this Carbotterimon teach us Bug? He has indeed. Yeah, when you speak to that Carbotterimon, I believe that depending on how good your stats are, he can teach you Bug, a technique that cannot be used with Muncymon, but it is a technique that can be learned with other Digimon, and it puts us one step closer to learning every technique. At the moment, you might not know why I need to do loads more fishing, but it will make sense at the time. You know, the fishing that I've done so far doesn't scratch the surface of the amount of fishing that I am going to need to do in total. I am now going to the Dragon Eye Lake to use my meats to do fishing. That is a Digianchovy. And I'm now well, I've speeded the video up, but now I am repeatedly catching Digianchovies, aiming to catch 99 Digianchovies with my 99 meats. And the reason why I want 99 Digianchovies is so that I will be able to go curling when I have Penguinmon and Metal Mummemon in the city. One of the medals comes from getting a perfect score in curling, a score of 10. You need to do that in order to get one of the medals, and also there are different prizes that you get given when you win curling matches, some of which are Digivolution items. Penguinmon can give you the Rooster, which makes you Digivolve to Cockatorimon, not at all useful in this challenge, but Metal Mummemon can give you the Small Spear, which makes you Digivolve to Pixiemon, Chainsaw, which makes you Digivolve to Guromon, Silver Ball, which makes you Digivolve to Mummemon, Metal Armor, which makes you Digivolve to Metal Mummemon, and I know for a fact that the Small Spear is going to come in handy. Okay, you can see I'm now up to 99 Digianchovies, and that's my cue to return to the city. And yeah, I know for a fact that the Small Spear is an item that's going to be needed in this challenge. I'm not sure about the other Digivolution items, but definitely the Small Spear. And I wanted to have 99 Digianchovies on me so that I would be ready, ready and able to have loads of curling matches when I want to. Yeah, when I want to go curling in pursuit of certain prizes, I can use the Digianchovies to go curling, because when you have Penguinmon and Metal Mummemon in the city, you have to give them a fish in order to in order for them to challenge you to a game of curling. And those 99 Digianchovies, they are 99 chances to get a Small Spear, 99 chances to get a perfect score of 10, 99 chances to do anything else that might be needed during the curling. I need to buy back 99 meats because I would like to do more fishing, and that would mean needing to have more bait. And I put the black trout back into the item bank because I would like to now go fishing again, and this time I would like to catch 99 black trouts. And by putting the spare black trout back into the item bank, I will have space in my inventory to now catch 99 black trouts. Yeah, I would have 99 black trouts in my inventory plus 1 in the item bank. But if I went to the Dragon Eye Lake with a black trout in my inventory, then I only would have been able to have caught an extra 98 black trouts. I would be put up to 99 black trouts, but one of them would be needed for a Moldramon trade. But I put the spare black trout into the item bank, the one that's intended for Moldramon. And now I would like to use 99 meats to catch 99 black trouts. There is my first black trout, 98 more to come. And like with the Digianchovy fishing, I have speeded the video up for the black trout fishing. These black trouts that I'm catching, I am not planning on using them for curling, nor am I planning on using them for Moldramon trades, and for that matter I'm also not planning on giving them to my Digimon. And that might raise the question of what am I planning on using them for. I'm planning on using them as bait to catch a different fish. Certain baits only work on certain fish. There is a fish that I would like to catch who I think can only be baited with black trouts or digi-catfish, both of which are types of fish that you can only get by fishing at the Dragon Eye Lake. I don't think that there's like a food item that you can buy which you can catch, which you can use to catch the fish that I'm after. I think you can only bait it with black trouts or digi-catfish, and black trouts are easier to catch, and they're easier to bait, and that made black trouts a very strong preference to digi-catfish. I'm using bait to catch black trouts with the intention of then using the black trouts themselves as bait to then catch a different kind of fish. And I did pause for a bit here, and you can see, you're able to see by the timer how long I had paused for and the speed that the video was going at. I think I have had a couple of unsuccessful catches while catching the black trouts, but I've got giant meat in my inventory which you can bait black trouts with, and there's a vending machine behind us where we can buy meat and then use the meat to catch any extra black trouts that need to be caught in order to bring the number of black trouts up to 99. The vending machine is extremely expensive, well, very expensive for what it is, but with all the money that we've got and the resources that we've got and the ability to, do the Moldramon money trick, trading medium hit recoveries for super defense discs, we are able to keep our money topped up. We really don't need to worry about, the cost of a few things here and there. There are much more expensive things that we are going to be dealing with in this challenge. one of the most expensive drains on our money is going to be the restaurant, because getting served by Digitamon and taking advantage of the Digitamon glitch is going to be a very effective way of maxing out our stats, something that is going to be that will need to be done in this challenge more than just once. The first time it will be, well, the first time we do it, we will get a medal for maxing out our stats. Okay, we are now at 99 black trouts. The first time that we max out on stats, we will get a medal for it, because you get a medal when you max out on stats. And there will be, and there will also be the advantage of having maximum stats. But throughout the challenge, things are going to happen which will result in our stats going down, and we will then need for our stats to go back up, and the restaurant is something that we are going to be using multiple times in order to keep our stats topped up. And you might be wondering what I'm doing now, and you might be wondering why I put most of my items into the item bank and what I'm doing here, what I'm doing now. Well, what I am doing now is I am fishing, but instead of catching fish, I am going to be deliberately losing my bait to those fish. And the reason for that is because when you lose your bait to a fish and you reel your rod back in, sometimes it's possible for an item to catch on. And from playing the game, I noticed that you don't actually, like, when you lose your bait, you don't actually have to reel the rod back in as such. If you instead just mash the X button, or whichever button, depending on what, whether you're playing on the PlayStation or PC or whatever you might be playing on, the button that you use to reel the fish in with might vary. On the PlayStation, you use X to reel in the fish. But after I lose my bait, instead of holding down X and reeling my rod back in, I just mash the X button really quickly. Like at the moment I am mashing the X button. It might not look like it because the rod isn't moving, but I am mashing the X button. And if you just reel the rod back in, there isn't a great chance of an item catching on. It's probably like 1 in 10 or something. But if you do my approach of just mashing the X button, then the rod stays where it is, and usually an item does eventually catch on. And I put all of my items into the item bank, well, most of them, to make room for the items that I'm going to be obtaining while losing my bait to fish. And the reason why I'm doing this is not so much for the... there's one particular item that I'm after. When you lose your bait to a fish and you then have an item catch on, there is a very small chance of the item being a coral charm, a Digivolution item which makes your Digimon digivolve to Machinedramon, and that is the item that I'm after. I'm not really after the other items that might catch on, like the small recoveries, the variouses, the restores, whatever it might be. I am doing this in pursuit of a coral charm, and there it is. And you can see my meats have gone down by 37, but I have 8 variouses, 7 small recoveries, 12 restores, 8 omni floppies, an autopilot, and a coral charm. And that is what I was after. I put my items into the item bank to make room for the items that would likely catch on to my rod, but I was never really interested in most of the items that were likely to catch on. I was only interested in the coral charm, which I do now have, an item which is definitely going to prove to be a very useful item. It is to stay in the item bank for the time being. And yeah, I was... when I went to the Dragon Eye Lake then, I was never interested in catching fish that time. I was only interested in losing my bait in the hope of getting a coral charm, and I was successful with that. I'm not going to need the coral charm yet, but it can be left in the item bank for the time being, and when I need it, it will be available to me. And I think most of the items that came from the fish-in can be sold. Meat is something that I am going to need to continue to have in this challenge because black trouts are something that I'm going to need to continue to have, and I can use the meat to catch black trouts. But the black trouts directly don't really have any use as such. The black trouts are only needed as bait so that I can catch a different type of fish, and it's that different type of fish which is going to come in handy. Will I be lucky enough to encounter Digitamon? That's Vadermon. Ah, Digitamon has shown up. Muncymon wants to eat. Am I going to get lucky with the stat boost? That has increased every stat. And again. And again. Okay. I went into the restaurant when Muncymon wanted to eat. I was lucky enough to encounter Digitamon, and when I ate, I was lucky enough for his food to boost every stat instead of just half of your stats. I think that getting Digitamamon to show up is luck-based. I think that what stat increases you get from eating his food is luck-based. But his food boosted every stat, and I'm now using the Digitamamon food glitch because I have been able to keep eating and keep eating and keep eating, and I'm now just one away from maxing out on stats. MP is the only one not at the maximum. It's 16 adrift. That has put it up by 20. I now have a medal. And it's the medal for getting all of my stats up to the maximum. That is the Digitamamon food glitch, the ability to keep eating. You have to, when you approach Digitamamon, your Digimon needs to be hungry in order for you to be able to eat the first time, but the glitch is that you can keep eating and keep eating and keep eating as long as you've got enough money. His food item will either boost all of your stats, or it will only boost half of your stats. And if it boosts all of your stats, like it did with me, then you can max out your stats by just repeatedly eating. And from doing that, we managed to get our stats up to the maximum and be awarded the medal that you get when you get your stats up to the maximum. Also there's the advantage of us having maximum stats. That is going to make the game easier, it's going to make battles easier, it's going to make recruits easier, it's going to make tournaments easier, it's going to make the challenge easier. You might be wondering why I purchased 99 high-speed discs. The reason why I did that is so that in Friesland I can trade those high-speed discs for medicines. There's a Moljamon who wants high-speed discs. We have already traded a high-speed disc with him in this challenge, and in return for a high-speed disc you get a medicine, and medicine is something which is going to become very useful in this challenge, even though it hasn't been hugely useful so far. And by going to Friesland and going to the Moljamons, I can trade 99 high-speed discs for 99 medicines, and the medicines will come in handy. I'm not interested in the high-speed discs themselves, I only purchase them so that I can get 99 medicines in return. If I was to buy 99 medicines from Centauramon, it would cost 1200 bits each. But by purchasing 99 high-speed discs and trading them for 99 medicines, I am effectively getting the medicines at 500 bits each. Because high-speed discs cost 500 bits to purchase, and if I'm trading high-speed discs for medicines, then it's working out that each medicine is costing me 500 bits. I'm heading to the Volume Villa just to speak to the Gekomon who says about joining the arena. I want there to be as many Digimon as possible at the arena because I want there to be as many available tournaments as possible. And by speaking to this Gekomon, he agrees to join the arena. When you recruit Digimon, I think that the Digimon joins the arena automatically, and the Gekomon doesn't like join the city and give you prosperity points, he just joins the arena. But you know, the more Digimon that I've got in the city, the more Digimon I've got in the arena, the more tournaments that are going to be available. You know, I went to the Volume Villa just to speak to that Gekomon, to get him to join the arena. You know, hopefully it will help out with the availability of the tournaments. Right. Let's get 99 medicines at the expense of 99 high-speed discs. And let's make sure we don't accidentally trade a black trout, because this is the Moldramon who I want to do the last trade with. He's the Moldramon who I want to join the city. But I'm not currently able to recruit Moldramon because I haven't recruited Vegemon yet, and that means I don't have a Super Carrot yet, which is one of the items needed for trading. And while I'm here, I guess it makes sense to also trade my medium recoveries for super defense discs and make a tidy profit from it. I know that a Super Carrot is an item that can be dropped from battles, I think either by Red Vegemon or Weedmon. I think the probability is like 1 in 10 or something like that, but it's easier to get a Super Carrot from Vegemon. You know, recruit him and then just buy a Super Carrot from him. It's the easiest way of going about it. I mean, we need to recruit Vegemon anyway in order to have any chance of getting 100 prosperity points. And the Moldramons aren't going anywhere. You know, they will they will just wait until we, they will just wait for us, and they won't join the city until we trade all 9 items with them. I think it's fair to say that the game probably isn't particularly exciting at the moment. The last goodness knows how many hours, I mean, I'm talking about hours in the Digimon world here. The last goodness knows how many hours haven't been particularly exciting. Me catching 99 Digi-Anchovies, 99 black trouts, getting a coral charm, getting 99 medicines via trading, and some of the other stuff that I've done. You know, I can't say it's been particularly exciting for me, and I would probably expect you to feel the same way. But, you know, this is work that does need to be done. Even if it's not particularly exciting, it still needs to be done. You know, unfortunately, this challenge is going to contain a lot of content which is going to be boring, tedious. It's unfortunate, but for a challenge like this, I really can't do anything much about it. You know, there are things that that are going to have to be done in order for this challenge to be possible, and some of it is not going to be very exciting. You know, some of it is going to be boring and tedious and repetitive, but I will, you know, try my best to make it as quick as possible. You know, there's a lot of bits that I've speeded up, and a lot of bits that I'm going to be speeding up in the future. And here I am about to use a black trout to catch a Digi-Sea bass. It's taken my bait, I'm reeling it in. There is a Digi-Sea bass, and now I need to repeat that action another 98 times. I said to you that the black trouts were only to be used as bait, and the fish that they are to be used as bait on are Digi-Sea basses. And the reason why I need Digi-Sea basses is because they are an item which prolong your Digimon's lifespan. The chain melon, which I gave to Muncymon earlier, that is an item which boosts your Digimon's lifespan. It increases your Digimon's lifespan by a day. Digi-Sea basses increase your Digimon's lifespan by 3 hours. If you are letting your Digimon sleep when it wants to sleep, then you roughly need 5 or 6 Digi-Sea basses in order to survive an extra day. If you're not letting your Digimon sleep, then you roughly need 8 or 9 Digi-Sea basses in order to survive an extra day. This is a challenge where a lot of work needs to be done, which is going to take a very long time, and we are going to need a lot longer than the length of a natural lifespan. You know, this is a challenge where we are restricted to 1 lifespan, and have to do an awful lot of work during that lifespan. Too much, far more work than what would be possible in a normal lifespan, and that means that there is a need for us to increase our Digimon's lifespan, and we are going to be doing that with Digi-Seabasses. We are going to be frequently using 99 meats to catch 99 black trouts, then using the 99 black trouts to catch 99 Digi-Seabasses, and then using those Digi-Seabasses to prolong our Digimon's lifespan, to keep our Digimon alive for longer than what's meant to be possible. And for as long as we keep feeding Digi-Seabasses to our Digimon, it's going to be possible, hopefully, to keep our Digimon alive indefinitely, which will make it a lot more possible to do some of the things that need to be done in this challenge if we are to get as many medals as possible, make as much progress as possible in one single lifespan. Catching Digi-Seabasses is not just going to be a one-off. This is not going to be the only time that I'm going to be catching Digi-Seabasses. You can see I've got my number of Digi-Seabasses up to 50, which means that I'm halfway there with the Digi-Seabasses, and I'm now going to go back to the city and save, and then I will return to the Dragon Eye Lake for the 49 other Digi-Seabasses. And like I said, this is not just a one-off. I am going to need to keep catching black trouts with meats and keep catching Digi-Seabasses with black trouts and keep feeding Digi-Seabasses to my Digimon and keep repeating the process over and over and over again, keeping my Digimon alive for longer than what's meant to be possible. And I will also take advantage of the back dimension whenever it's available, because every time you defeat Machinedramon at the back dimension, you get a chain melon, and with that you can get 1 extra day for free. You can increase your Digimon's lifespan by 1 extra day without the need of Digi-Seabasses. So I see every chain melon as a free day. Muncymon isn't fading away at the moment, and that means that we don't currently need Digi-Seabasses, but there will come a point in which we will need Digi-Seabasses, and I'm catching 99 Digi-Seabasses so that we will have them ready for us when we do need to prolong our Digimon's lifespan. When we get to the point where Muncymon does fade away and can't stay awake any longer, that is when we will start to need Digi-Seabasses. And by catching 99 now, we've got them ready, they are available to us, we can use them when we need them, and then when we get to the point where we need to prolong Munceymon's lifespan, we need to give Digi-Seabasses to him in order to keep him alive, we will have the Digi-Seabasses available to us, and we will be able to give them to him. Each Digi-Seabass prolongs your Digimon's lifespan by 3 hours. They can cause sickness, and that's why I traded 99 high-speed discs for 99 medicines, because our Digimon is going to sometimes become sick as a result of being fed Digi-Seabasses, and by having medicines we can cure any sickness which comes from eating Digi-Seabasses. And one thing to watch out for is that I say that Digi-Seabasses prolong your Digimon's lifespan by 3 hours, but you do need your happiness and discipline to be full, or at least close to full, in order to get the full potential. If happiness and discipline was to go down and fall adrift of being full or close to full, then there will be times in which our Digimon will fade away sooner than expected. You know, there'll be times in which we won't get 3 hours from a Digi-Seabass, and that means that it's going to be very important to try and keep our happiness and discipline as full as possible. Keep our happiness and discipline as full as possible, give our Digimon Digi-Seabasses accordingly, and hopefully it will be possible to keep our Digimon alive, and, you know, live beyond the expected threshold. You know, in theory, for as long as you give Digi-Seabasses to your Digimon, you will be able to keep your Digimon alive indefinitely. And we are now at 99 Digi-Seabasses. We did have to catch an extra black trout using a giant meat, thanks to me losing my bait while catching one of the Digi-Seabasses. But we got the black trout back by, you know, catching an extra one using a giant meat, and we now have 99 Digi-Seabasses in our inventory ready, 99 medicines to combat any sickness that gets caused by the Digi-Seabasses, 99 Digi-Anchovies in the item bank ready for curling, you know, ready to be used to get us curling matches, the Coral Charm in the item bank, that will come in handy at some point, as will the Misty Egg, and so too will the Ray Gun. The Coral Charm and Misty Egg are in the item bank. The Ray Gun is in my inventory, and for the time being we are using it to produce animations as and when we need animations, as and when animations will be useful. case you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm trying to learn Confusion Storm. I know it would make more sense to try and learn Confusion Storm with a Digimon who has air as their first nature, but since we've got some spare time, I thought I would try my chances with learning Confusion Storm. There are 5 air techniques that Machinedramon is able to learn. 3 of them we've already got. Well, there are 5 air techniques that Machinedramon is able to use. 3 of them we've already got. Static Electric, Electric Cloud and Megalospark. And now I'm trying to learn Confusion Storm. The other air technique that Machinedramon can use is Thunderbolt, but I'm not sure whether or not he's able to learn it. Because even if a Digimon is able to use a certain technique, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are able to learn it. And I've said that there are 5 air techniques that Machinedramon can use, and I'm certain that 4 of them can definitely be learnt by Machinedramon. The only one I'm not sure about is Thunderbolt. I don't know whether or not Machinedramon can learn Thunderbolt, despite the fact he can definitely use it. And I know that he can definitely learn and use Static Electric, Electric Cloud, Megalospark and Confusion Storm. We have 3 of those techniques already, and the focus at the moment is on Confusion Storm. think it would probably make more sense to learn Thunderbolt with a Digimon who I know for sure can definitely learn Thunderbolt. You know, I don't know if Machinedramon can learn Thunderbolt. And I think Confusion Storm is the last air technique that we should try and learn while we've got Machinedramon. Statistically, we probably haven't got a fantastic chance of learning Confusion Storm, considering that air is not Muncimon's first nature. You know, at the same time, it's, you know, not the hardest technique to learn, not the easiest, but not the hardest. When you think about the air techniques, I imagine Confusion Storm is easier to learn than Megalospark, Thunderbolt, Hurricane, and Spinning Shot. I imagine Confusion Storm is the next hardest to learn out of those ones, ahead of Static Electric, Electric Cloud, and Wind Cutter. Sage Fruit, and Confusion Storm. And annoyingly, I don't think that Sage Fruit is obtainable. Nah. So we've got 4 air techniques. There's only one other air technique that Machinedramon can use. That is Thunderbolt, and I've already explained that I don't know whether or not Machinedramon can learn Thunderbolt. And then Wind Cutter, Spinning Shot, and Hurricane are all techniques that Machinedramon can neither learn or use. But Machinedramon can definitely learn and use every battle technique, and we've already been successful with that. He can definitely learn and use the 4 air techniques that we've already learnt. The only other technique that he possibly might be able to learn is Thunderbolt. It would make the most sense to, pursue Thunderbolt with a Digimon who has air as their first nature. Machinedramon has battle as his first nature, and then air is either his second nature or his third nature. I'm not sure. If it's his second nature, then he will be able to learn Thunderbolt. If air is his third nature, then I don't think he can learn Thunderbolt. I think you need to have air at least as your second nature in order to be able to learn Thunderbolt.